Let's slow this down. Otherwise, everyone's going to be like blasted by ears. How are we all doing? What do you want? Okay. How's everyone's Thursday going? I hope your clan versus clan was better than ours. Ours is pretty rough. Yes, packs. We all know. Spend money. That's all they want us to do. Yeah, our our clan versus clan was a little bit brutal. Was rough. I know, Brissinger, you did, didn't you? Look, Brissinger rocked up another million. I thought I was doing quite well. Like, normally I average about 450,000. Roughly, normally. I don't really... I'm never able to put the numbers up the top guys are. Just because of time more than anything else. So 570 I thought was a pretty good score. But these guys just... They brought in a heavy hitter who instantly left the clan. I don't know. We thought they pretty much used all their resources, and then all of a sudden they propped up another 2 million points from out of nowhere. It's brutal. Oh, yeah. Sorry, we were doing something before. Let's get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. I can actually remove that completely. Sorry. Yes, and I want to change the title to... There we go. 9 months. I actually spoke to Fix this week. We're gonna basically put some time next week, hopefully, sometime next week, to sort out all the member badges. I've got it in my plan. It's something I've been working on. Don't worry. It will definitely be here before 12 months. 100%. So 20. Yeah, I mean. 20 million for us is a lot as well, right? 20 million for us. I think we've done close to that before, but I'm pretty sure 20 million. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brissinger. That's like is that our record as a clan? I'm sure it's close to it. Like we had like 4 people hit 1 million. Like people were going hard. So no, we will talk about it. Cat needs bribing, obviously. But yeah, it was brutal. We thought we had a chance because they bursted early, and then apparently they had more available to them. So just it is what it is sometimes. I mean, we don't really understand where they got all their points from, other than probably spending a lot of money, I guess. But we thought with double back-to-back people wouldn't go that hard, but apparently they did. So it was rough, but there we go. There's not much one can do about it now. It is what it is, and nothing we can do about that is going to change it, unfortunately. So, what do you want? You've already had like 3 doses of treats, you crazy cat. And it is for Bommel Nightly that doesn't include Vogoth, Ganishak, or Doom Priest. Wow. Have I got any silver keys left? Probably not. I kind of beat... I don't really think you need Ganishak anymore because there's Gnut. I kind of one-shot mine with Gnut. And, like... He just does so much damage. It doesn't even matter about the Doom... Like, I'm pretty sure if I drop Baron and I drop Gnishak and I bring 2 Whispers with my Gnut, I'm pretty sure I can just one-shot it without bombs now. I feel like that's all you need to do. It's just so easy. It's the problem with Gnut, really, as a champion. Like, you just... I mean, we don't even care about the bombs. We just one-shot it. We just do too much damage to it. Like, it's... Gnishak, I think, when I beat this on floor 50, put up 1 bomb. Just 1. And I still one-shot it because Gnut. Just too strong. Come on in. Bribe you. Get you out of the way. Do you want one of these? Only having one or two. Yeah, he's probably got Whirlim's AI. Yeah, of course. But it's just funny how I was like, we were all thinking about different Bommel one-shot strategies. Like YST was telling me about some ideas he had with Harima, because YST's just pulled Harima, right? So he's coming up with different cool ideas with Harima, and I was like, in a world where Gnut exists, pretty much the majority of these ideas are just like, I'll just put Gnut in there and solve the problem. That's it, no more. That's it, it's your fill. You little pig. It's just so easy. Like, that's the problem with all these bosses now. Like, most of the scenarios are kind of null and void because if you've got Gnut, you just one-shot it with Gnut, right? It's so much easier. I actually think Islin's better than people give him credit for. Hey, Templar. How's it going? Busy work day. Every day's a busy work day for me as well. I know how you feel. So, well, yes. In a single target scenario, Johnny, there is no champion that can deal as much damage to a single target boss in one ability than Gnut's A3. It's too strong. It's 30%. No champion in one ability. Now, if you had Gnut and Acrizia together or double Gnut, it's better. But there is no champion that can compete with him. He's too strong. You know, it's basically like hitting... It's basically having Acrizia's A1 and A3 in one ability. So, and because he's not AoE, it makes it even easier for most scenarios. So... You built it. 330 speed, 709 accuracy. He's a beast. So. I'm hoping this fusion can get me into Nightmare Hydra. I have the worst luck Hydra support champions. Yeah, that's why I think he's better than people give him credit for. I see a lot of people... I do think he is a skippable fusion if you have the right champions, right? If you have a lot of provokers, then arguably you could skip him. Because that is one of his main MVP areas, is his ability to provoke. But I do think because of the affinity issues with a lot of provokers, he's still quite valuable to get. So if you want to, you can. But like, I'll get him on my main account, but I definitely wouldn't do it on the free to play. I mean, I haven't logged into the free to play for like a week because I needed a break. But like, he hits surprisingly hard as well. Like, his multipliers are very good. We need to deep dive into why he's not healing properly. YST was telling me that during his testing, he wasn't seeing the healing work correctly. So we'll probably grab his video and see if we can take a look at what's happening. Because obviously I don't have test server access, so I have to rely on other people. We'll probably take a look, see what's happening, and see if we can figure out why it's not healing. And maybe we can bug report that and get it fixed. There is an issue with generally his counterattack being the head of... Mischief. By the way, we are probably going to have to get this tomorrow. I'm going to be burning all of my gold bars tomorrow. This goddamn Summon Rush. No, that's not a bug. There is a bug apparently with the healing though that YST was telling me about. So gonna have a look at it. Yeah. Hey Seth, would it be possible to add an option to the optimizer to not use artifacts that have legendary godlike? We probably won't do it with rating. What I think I might do with the optimizer is give you the ability to exclude rank and rarity from your artifact pool. If I'm going to do anything, that's probably what I'll do in the optimizer. Basically say, I don't want to optimize this champion with rank 6 accessories. That's probably what I'll do. The problem with the rating is it's subjective to the piece and not the content. So rating's a bit of a bad one to do, but probably rank rarity I'll do. So let's have a look at Islin. Let's talk about Islin before we do anything today. Strategos Islin looks pretty. Look at this sword. We can put a kit aside. Always looks amazing, don't they? That sword. I swear to God, if Plarium's art department ever wanted to outsource to like an MMO, they would be like a brilliant MMO game designer. Absolutely. Like the visuals that they do. It's a bit loud. There you go. It's just so good. So he's got a Provoke on the A1 now. It's Reggie in Discord did a great analysis of this. So it's basically a 50% chance when you Provoke, right? So you got 2 hits. So you have 0.5 times 0.5. So it basically means you've got I always get this a bit mixed up. So like it's like a 75% chance that you will Provoke on at least one of those hits. Now, obviously, if you add Fearsome Presence, that gives you a little bit more chance, right? So that then becomes I'm just doing math on the side here. That becomes then a 79% chance, okay? 79.75% chance that at least one of the hits will Provoke. At least one. Or is it 5? I always mix these two up. No, it's definitely that. Yeah, it's definitely that. It's like 79.75% chance. So I would argue there is not a better A1 Provoker in the game that does this. Black Knight, I think, is like a 75% chance single hit. But the problem you have, and I think this is the thing that most people need to be aware of, affinity matters when it comes to Provokers because a lot of the good Provoke options in the game are Force affinity. You're thinking of the likes of Husk, Black Knight, Versulf. A lot of the good Provokers, even people like Skull, technically a weak affinity, but obviously he places, so it's not he doesn't attack with it, so it's easier. But a lot of the good Provokers is basically Force. He is magic, so he offers you an opportunity to offset your Provoker with a different champion. So that's the key thing you need to keep in mind. So Seeker is the same. Let's have a look at Seeker. I'm pretty sure what's Seeker? 30, 40, 50% chance. Yeah, but it only has one attempt. So it's only 50% chance because Seeker's only one chance to do it. Whereas he's 2 chances. This has a 25% chance of placing overall. He is a double hit. 70% on Greybeard. Oh, I see. Skinwalker, right? Yeah, he's a 70%. But again, like, what else does Greybeard bring? Not much, right? He's a bit like Greybeard, actually. Actually, you could argue he's modelled off Greybeard a little bit. Because his similar ability here, just not without ally protection, right? So, I'm sure Seeker's only one. Let me check. I'll double check. I'm pretty sure it's only one instance. I'm checking. Yeah, it's only one instance. Seeker's once. Seeker has one roll of it. No, it's definitely one roll. Because I can see the effect here. It's only one roll. Whereas when I look at Islin... I'm just checking now. I'm going to take a screenshot so I definitely make sure I got it right. Maybe it could be. Actually, could be right. Let me just check. It could be you're right, actually. Which, if it's the case, Seeker's just as good. Diverse. I need to check the phase. After damage. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, you're correct. Okay, so yeah, Seeker can do it. I forget that it doesn't have to have 2 separate effects. It depends on the phase. So Seeker's phase basically means after he deals damage, he has a chance to provoke. So yeah, each hit for Seeker as well. They just haven't worded it like that. So yeah, so Seeker is as good from a provoking standpoint as the new fusion. Obviously, you've got to take into account the new fusion has ally protection, so you get like a lot more tankiness. People need to also realize that his self shield is quite big for a protector, because a protector is going to take a lot of damage. So being able to absorb a chunk of the actual incoming damage will help a lot as well. And he also brings AoE decreased speed. So yes, you can go Greybeard, but then all you've really got is no ally protection and a self counterattack. Or you can go Seeker, but then you have only got turn meter boost. He's actually giving you decreased speed as well as a provoke, as well as internal healing, if this is working correctly. We're going to have a look at that in a moment. So he's also got a pretty good accuracy aura. You can't steal Veil. Zukamachi is something we discovered when we were looking at Dark Fae. Veil is unstealable. You can remove Veil, you can't steal Veil. Don't really know why. Should I 1-star Brimstone on Michinaki or 2-star Brimstone on Artak? I would 1-star Brimstone on Michinaki. I don't think Brimstone is very good on AoE champions because you can't always guarantee your places on the right target. So I prefer Brimstone on a single target champion. Unless you're in a continent that doesn't matter, like Clan Boss, then it doesn't really matter, right? Yeah, like, so it's like someone basically said to me, oh, well, I saw it in Discord, and it's not that they were wrong, but, and I know Ash has mentioned this, that isn't Islin just like a slightly reworked Vizix, right? Because Vizix has got a provoke and a shield for herself. She's got ally protection and decreased speed, and then turn meter control on the A1. And to some extent, you could argue they both have decreased speed, they both do ally protection, they both provoke. But she's provoking on an A3, on a 3-turn cooldown. So essentially, even if you low roll on the Strategos Islin, he's still going to have more uptime on provoke than a 3-turn cooldown. Secondly, he's also got ally protection with a self shield on the same ability and counterattack, which means he's a great mischief target. Now, the issue with his counterattacking is the Head of Decay will target the lowest HP champion. So the fact that you actually want HP on him so that he heals more and so that everything else is kind of like counterintuitive. So it's kind of weird, like the counterattack provoke concept doesn't work, because unless you've got a team of HP champions, he's not going to be the lowest HP. So he'll never get attacked by the Head of Decay. So you can't really activate the counterattack, which is a bit dumb. That's just a design oversight. But in terms of a comparison, he has AoE decreased speed and an AoE buff reduction duration, which you might say, oh, that's not important. If a champion has got reflect, like the head of suffering or head of wrath, it's quite good. If it's got, like, you know, ally protection, it's quite good. If the mischief head steals a couple of continuous heals, it's quite good because you will stop the heals being spread. It's not as bad as it sounds. He also has more utility overall because this A1 is useless on Vizix. So he puts the provoke on the A1, gives himself a bit of a powerful shield because this is based off max HP, not defense. Defense shields can scale harder on defense-based champions, so that's a bit better. He also has a counterattack, which makes him a better mischief tank. And he also does, if it works correctly, heal your team. So it's kind of similar, but it's not quite the same. Just like I would say he's more similar to Vasulf, because what he does do as well is he gives your team increased defense. Vizix doesn't do that. He's more akin to what Vasulf does. Vasulf is a A1 provoke. He's a leech here. He has this chance to counterattack when he's hit with provoke. Kind of a similar concept. And then he has increased defense and ally protection. It's just that Vasulf has leech instead of decreased speed. And he doesn't self-shield himself. And he's HP based, whereas the other guy's defense. The multipliers for this new fusion is actually quite good. This A1 hits hard. Yeah, he's a great mischief tank because normally you don't bring another counterattack. So when I'm saying he's a great mischief tank, what I'm saying is he brings a buff that not many other champions, if any other champion in the team, is going to have. So when you have a team that gives you AoE increased speed, AoE increased defense, AoE ally protection, AoE different things, it should mean that he is above the others. The only downside is he doesn't place ally protection himself. So technically the counterattack is placed in the ally protection. But in most scenarios, it should mean that he ends up being like one ahead if you set it up correctly. because he's going to place shield on himself as well, right? So as long as the AoE shielding is not there or something of like that, you can put him into a better position. It makes him easier to make the target, is what I'm saying. The four turn cooldown is a bit of an issue. It is true, it's a bit of an issue. So the way that... let's have a look at this healing then. The way that this works, whenever this champion is attacked, heals themselves by 1% for each 500 defense it has, heals all other allies placed by this under initial heal. So there should be no issue with he hasn't taken damage because it's attacked. So let me have a look at the code and actually see what is going on here. Because this pretty much says to me, if you hit me, I heal my allies based on my defense. Right? There's no concept here of missing HP or heals based on the amount of damage received. It's basically, I get attacked, I heal everyone. That's the concept. Let's have a look. So after damage is dealt, that is where it's wrong. They've got it on the wrong phase. They've got it on the wrong phase. Basic fundamentals. Yeah, they've got it on the wrong phase. That's where the error is. They've put it on the phase of after damage is dealt. When what they should have done is it should have been put on phase. Let's just check here. Just checking what phase it should be put on. I would imagine it should be put on the effect that is after hit type check. So that's why it's not working, is because they've basically coded it to only apply after he's taken damage. But that's not the same thing as being attacked. So because he's shielded, and when you're shielding, you don't take damage, it's kind of coded like that. It could also be, let me just check. Yeah, that's a fair point. So it's 30% of the dealt heal. Yeah, that's what it is. It's because it's not excessive heal. Yeah, I'm just checking now. Who would be the best one to heal for? Someone like Demitha. Let's just have a look at Demitha's healing. It's based on maximum. We need like... Who is this? Just checking other champions with a similar multiplier to see if we can figure out what they're doing. What are you? 6-6. Yeah, it's doing exactly like Miracle Heal, so that's the problem. Yeah. Okay, so... two factors. Firstly, this only works after damage is dealt, so I'm guessing it's okay if you actually get hit. Maybe the phasing is correct if it doesn't matter about the shield, because normally sometimes if you attack a shield, it's not considered as dealt damage. There's a lot of different effects that don't count if you actually hit a shield instead of actually hitting their HP. The second thing is this is, as people have said, is actually not healing based on the volume of his heal. It's based on the volume of the missing heal he's done. It's doing what Miracle Heal does badly. If you haven't got any HP to heal, then he didn't heal anything. So because he didn't heal anything, he heals no one. That's what the problem is. So there is one multiplier here in the search that I just did, which is on... Let's have a look. 74504. So if we look at... Yes, so here's the thing. White Dryad Nia... Let me put this on screen so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Okay, so... White Dryad Nia. Good shout out in chat, whoever mentioned that. White Dryad Nia. Okay, so Islin's passive is multiplier is basically this. Okay, that's what Islin's multiplier is. So the dealt heal is essentially how much missing HP. Yeah, dealt heal equals missing HP healed. So if I've got 100% HP, my dealt heal will always be 0. And then obviously if you multiply 0.3 with 0, you get 0. So that's not going to work. However, White Dryad Nia's passive, which is basically heals 20% of all of heals 20% of all of her healing, is basically this. So it's basically doing, take 20% of my actual heal that I've done, then take 20% of any excessive healing I've done, add them together and give you that. So because his doesn't have excessive heal, if he has nothing to heal, he essentially cannot heal his team. Ergo, it does not work. It's like, did we just not put the champion in a team and go, is he healing everyone? Like, you'd figure it out in a few seconds. Let me zoom it in. There you go. Now you can see. Like, it's a 5-second. I just don't get it. You would figure this out within 5 seconds. It's quite clearly obvious what's missing, isn't it? It's like, so Nia's passive is basically dealt. So for example, if I was having a 20,000 heal, or let's just be reasonable, say like I healed for 10,000, okay? So the dealt heal should be, say like I was missing 1,000 HP, it would be 0.2 times 1,000, which would be 200, okay? But excessive would be 0.2 times 10,000, or basically 9,000, yeah? So I'd get 0.2 times 9,000 would give me 1,800. What do we end up with? 2,000, which so happens to be 20% of 10,000. Like, basic, fundamental things. I don't understand how it's so complicated. Literally, get the champion, open clan boss, put champion in big build, put champion in clan boss, does champion heal my team? No, there's a bug. Why is it a bug? Oh, we forgot the excessive heal, put excessive heal on. It's like so easy. I try to be patient with them. But like, it's not like this is a deep problem. We figured it out in 5 minutes. I don't even make the champion. I figured it out in 5 minutes. I mean, you guys figured it out before I even looked at the code. There you go. So let's go over to the bug reports. Known bugs, not yet. Okay, let's see. Bug reports on this. Here we go. Let's go. Islin passive bug. Sorry, if there's any mods in any official raid mods watching me, I apologize. Islin is not healing his allies when he is full HP. Unlike White Dryad Nia. What's White Dryad Nia's passive specifically state? So let's just double check it because it's pretty similar, I believe. I think it's almost identical. Heals each ally except this champion by 20% of that heal. So, unlike White Dryad Nia, which also heals for a portion of the total heal, in her case 20%, Islin doesn't have in his heal multiplier excessive heal. So White Dryad Nia does 20% of the heal, missing heal, then 20% of the excess heal, meaning she always heals 20% of the total heal. Islin only, this is not hard, is it? Heals for 30% of the missing HP. Islin's, I'll even throw him a bone. I'll give him a multiplier. Should be 0.3 times dealt heal. I'm such a kind person. 0.3 times excessive heal, which means he always heals 30%. Oh, it is 30%, right? Sorry guys, I can't see chat at the moment, so you're probably telling me I'm talking like an idiot. Yeah, 30%. Which means he always heals 30% of the heal. Pretty significant bug, as it makes him rather useless as a healer, as he generally won't take damage. There we go. We have posted it. We've posted it to official bug reports. If there is a moderator from the official Raid Discord and chat, maybe go give it a bit of a test, you know. I mean, I literally could record a video on it. I might do. I had to send a proof that Michinaki wasn't attacking Hydra heads. I mean, to be fair, they have to give proof, right? But hey, Paolo. Yeah, we were talking about our awful CVC earlier, Paolo. That we kind of lost. So I mean, if he actually healed properly, it's actually a pretty good heal, okay? Like 30% of a heal. Now, if you imagine, he's at 1520, right? So whenever I do a build scale, I always do base defense times 3 plus 500. That's kind of like my model. Now, you can scale it a lot harder than that now. This was done about 18 months ago, but that would put him at somewhere in the region of like 5,000. So on a 5,000 defense, he's going to heal for 10% of his HP. So if you can scale his HP to 80,000, that's 8,000 healing every time he's attacked. Which means all of your allies are going to heal for 2,400 every time he's attacked. That's excluding any healing masteries, which will obviously increase the healing and any incoming healing and all the different things like that. There's actually quite a lot of healing if he's getting attacked a lot. He's basically providing you like 2,000 to 3,000 healing to all of your champions, which is about like a 10% heal to all of your champions constantly if they're on lower HP. So in that instance, if his healing actually worked, then as a provoke, increased defense and decreased speed champion, for Hydra, he has a lot going on for him. I'm going to be going for it. I actually think he's better than people give him credit for at the moment because he's bugged, basically. He's bugged. I do think this concept of like counterattacking with the A1, if it was designed for the Head of Decay, I'm sitting here going, well, the Head of Decay only targets the lowest HP. And he's going to have one of the highest HPs in the team because he's got a high base HP. So in essence, he's never going to counterattack the head that you want to provoke. That's a little bit of a stupid thing, right? It's a little bit dumb. Don't really know why we didn't think of that. But naturally, you couldn't have an ally protector on low HP, right? So it's kind of like a bit like the whole thing is not as simple as just lower his HP because like the whole concept doesn't work. But I think he's really good for Hydra. I also think if you haven't got a clan boss team, he's like your first champion for clan boss, right? He's an ally protector. It's a 4-turn, it's a bit awkward, but even on a 1-1 ratio, you can put him on a 4-3 and it will work. YST was doing that, so. Will Islin be the same scenario as Oella? Everyone disregarded her until they saw her in action. I think he's not as strong as Oella. I just think for certain rotations where Force is not a good affinity for provoking, he's probably your best provoke option apart from like void provokers, right? Apart from someone like Coronar, I would imagine he's like the next best because he does bring an awful lot extra, right? You could bring Vizix, but then you're not bringing any sort of increased defense or healing. You could bring, and also it's on an A3, not an A1, right? So it's not, you're going to have to make it extremely fast to be able to keep up that Provoke. Otherwise, you're going to need to bring a secondary Provoke. You could bring a Seeker, but Seeker only brings turn meter boost and an A1. So it's like you haven't got the decreased speed, the ally protection, the increased defense, the self-shielding, the counter-attacking, the thing. And as I said, like, what, obviously, if you build him in a defense build, he's going to do a decent amount of damage counter-attacking all the time. Because his A1 damage is very good. It's a very good multiplier. So, but I will contextualize it with, if you've got a lot of Provoke options, or you have solutions for Provoke in Hydra, and you're progressed beyond needing an ally protector in Clan Boss, he's 100% skippable. Don't feel bad about skipping a fusion because you're tired after doing 2 very heavy fusions in Emic and Gnut. It's absolutely fine. He does fall into this band of, he's a good provoker, he's a decent champion, but you won't break your account. You know, you're not going to miss out if you don't get him. It's not like Gnut, where if you missed out on Gnut, like, it's a big loss. Or Pythian, or Emic to some extent. Emic only because he's so unique in what he does, but mainly Gnut and Pythian, right? If you miss Gnut and Pythian, or an Underpriest Brogni, your account really loses a big, powerful champion. If you miss this guy, it's not the end of the world. Right? It's not the end of the world. But I personally will be looking at him and I'm thinking, does he add something to my account? Yes, because he becomes probably the best magic-based provoker that I would have on my account. I mean, let's just have a look at it. Let me grab my list. Let's have a look at every single Provoke champion in the game. And let's see which one, where does he rank in those Provoke champions? Because that's really what we're looking at, is how good is he at provoking versus other champions. Debuffs, buffs. So debuffs. Don't worry about this. You won't see anything in a second. Let me just get it set up and I'll zoom in afterwards. So we want Provoke champions. Ideally with... Right, so these are all of the Provoke champions in the game that we've got. Okay, let me just zoom this. Zoom this. Just make sure we've got the filters. Provoke. Yes, yes, yes. Doesn't really matter whether it's single target or AoE, right? So I can zoom this in. Let's have a look how that looks. Might be a bit small. But we've got, right? So this is all of the Provoke champions. We've got Angar. But we can see it. The chance when booked. Let's sort it by chance when booked. Because that's what really matters. So Solus is a guaranteed provoke. We got Drexar is only a provoke if he places decreased attack. So there is a condition, but if he does place decreased attack, then it works. We got Towering Titan, but that's only the first hit. And then we got Angar. He is great, but he doesn't do anything else. So far we've got Drexar's kind of like maybe Solus because he does damage and removes buffs. Drexar because he does burn. Angar, I would say, is kind of useless because all he does is provoke. We've got Balthus, Drauglord. What you've got to also weigh it against is the cooldown, right? So let me just put in here the cooldown. Filters. There we go. Where is the cooldown? Cooldown booked. Let's just do that. And let's just... Okay, that should be good. Okay, so... Cooldown's also important. So Balthus does it on a 4-turn cooldown. Booked. Really long. Okay. Well, we got Bivold. The one that most people go to, but he's Spirit. Okay, so not great into magic. I don't really know what rotation the decays are on, but I know one of them Force is really bad. We got Corpulent Cadaver. Has a 100% chance of placing Provoke. We don't talk about Cadaver because I really don't like that champion. We got Chromax. Can do it. But, again, it's a 4-turn cooldown. It's just too long. And he only does it for 1 turn. Deathless can do it at 100%. Again, 3-turn cooldown for 1 turn. Duke the Pierced can place it, but it's a 4-turn cooldown. What do I got here? Flailer. 1 turn, 3 turns. So there's a lot of 3-turn provokers, but none of them are A1, right? So if we were to just look at, okay, what are only A1 abilities, right? Position, A1. Only champions with Provoke on an A1. So Sentinel is a Force champion, has a 60% chance booked to 85 when it's critical. So he's probably the best chance, but he's Force, right? Keep it in mind I said Force affinity is bad, because often whenever you get the head, he is a Spirit affinity, right? The Head of Decay. Black Knight, again, he's very good support champion as well, because he got the increased defense and continuous heals on a 2-turn cooldown. But again, Force. You get Rock Beast, which is a 75% chance when booked, 1 hit. Steadfast Marshal is a 75% chance, but only if the target's HP percentage is lower than this champion. So that's a condition, so he's out. So far, Rock Beast is kind of winning the game because he's Void. Ultimate Death Knight will only do it at 75% if the champion is legendary, so otherwise it's lower. We talked about Greybeard on an A1, but he doesn't bring anything else to with it, and also Ultimate Death Knight's Force. Got Ator, 50% chance. So already we're starting to plummet. Bivolt is here with 50%, but he brings a lot of healing, which a lot of people use. We got Broodlord, has attacks 1 enemy 2 times. Each hit has a 50% chance of placing Provoke if they have decreased speed, so it's conditional. And again, Force. You see what I'm saying? A lot of the good A1 Force Provokers are all Force champions. We got Indalia here. Attacks 1 enemy, has a 50% chance of placing Provoke. 1 hit, magic, so he's better than Indalia. So in terms of the A1 Provokers, his chance of provoking is basically, was it Sandlash Survivor? If I'm wondering if this champion, what is it? Let's just do that. So that only works if the champion has a debuff. So again, it's conditional. If Sandlash Survivor doesn't have debuff, she doesn't provoke. So that's not going to work. What else we got? Ultimate Death Knight's Force here. Vasulf Force. He's a 50% chance of provoking on an A1, but he's Force. We've got Blood Raid. Attacks 1 enemy. All of these then are low attack 1 enemy 2 times. Has a 20% chance of placing Provoke. That's Husk. So Husk again, but again, Force. So if I just basically take out Force affinity here. Let's see where we're at now. The list is shrinking. This is all that's left. So we've got Warboy. Good old Warboy. Elder, these are really low opportunities. We don't really want anything less than 40%, I would say. You know, it's just too low. So you've got Seeker is probably the break point. So I would compare him with, I mean, we've got Gothred as well. What does he do? The first hit has a check, so the second hit. So Gothred has a single 50% roll. Seeker has 2 50% rolls. So there's an effective 75% chance. Really, I should do a math spreadsheet breakdown here where we take the attack chances and then determine whether or not what's the overall probability. But you see what I'm trying to say, right? I'm basically positioning him as the best provoker that isn't Force for Hydra. Now let's just have a quick look at the stages tool to see basically Hydra rotation 1. Okay, so rotation 1, the Head of Decay, which you want to provoke, is Force. So in this instance, he would not be good for rotation 1. For rotation 2, Head of Decay is Magic. So in this instance, Spirit would not be good. So he would be fine for it, so would Husks. So far we've got 2 rotations where Husk is better. Head of Decay, Husk no good. Rotation 3 is where you would want to bring him in, because Husk, Black Knight, Vasulf, all those Force-based champions are not going to work here for rotation 4. For rotation 3. Rotation 4, Head of Decay. we go back to not good. So rotation 1 and rotation 4, he's not good. Head of Decay here, still fine. It looks like it rotates. Did they just do it? They did it in sequence. Yeah, so basically for 2 rotations, he's not good. For 2 rotations, he is good. So 2 out of the 6 rotations, he's preferable. So I would say he's a great fusion champion for Hydra. In the right setup, the right team. Certainly for my champions, I'm looking at it from a point of view of, would he actually replace someone? Yes, because my Seekers are locked into Clan Boss. So I wouldn't want to use them in Clan Boss. I wouldn't want to use them in Hydra because I would need accuracy. So a good magic-based Provoker to basically work a strong affinity into the Head of Decay is a good idea, who also has protection. Yeah, we talked about his heal already, Turgle. The heal is not because he's too tanky. The heal is because he's coded incorrectly. He's coded not to heal based on excessive heal, like White Dryad Nia. He's coded to heal based on just the amount of missing health. I'll probably do a video on it tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, Bivold's not a bad option for provoking. I'm not saying Bivold is bad, right? But again, there'll be 2 rotations where you can't use Bivold. Why? Because Bivold is Spirit. Right? Where is he? I don't think I've summoned him yet, have I? Bivold. Is he a Secret Order? Yeah. Bivold is Spirit. So he's not going to work into Magic Affinity. Yes, you could say, well, I can just use my Husk into Magic. Fine, I get that. All I'm saying is, of 2 rotations, Bivold is bad. He ignores Affinity. What do you mean? That's not going to ignore Affinity. Oh, it does. Oh, never mind then. Okay, then. I was wrong. I didn't realize he had that portion. I will say, though, the fusion gives more protection than Bivold. I think the fusion gives more protection than Bivold, because Bivold just gives you a shield and leech. Doesn't give you anything else. Yes, he heals you, but the heal is based on damage dealt, which is never going to be high for a HP-based champion. Whereas the other guy's going to heal every single time he takes damage once they bug fix him. Yeah, exactly. Fair enough. So, yeah, I mean, when he hits a decapitated head, it'll be big, but it's like conditional, right? You don't really want to be conditioning based on when he's just got a decapitated head. So I'd rather more consistency rather than bursty, if that makes sense. It's not I'm saying he's bad. Absolutely. I'm not criticizing Bivold. I'm just saying in terms of a kit, I'd prefer ally protection with increased defense over a conditional based big heal when there's a dead head. Right? That's what I'm saying. Because ally protection with increased defense is going to be much more stronger. And I would imagine that the damage that the fusion can do is going to out damage like Bivold. Right? It's going to out damage him. I haven't built my Hydra teams yet. No, I didn't have time in the end yesterday, so I just did what I had, if that makes sense. I just kind of did what was available. So yeah, so in terms of like what I would say about the fusion, absolutely, if you want to skip him, there is no problem in skipping him. Okay, there would be no issue. I wouldn't be like, I think you're making a mistake if you decided you didn't want to do the fusion, right? I think it's skippable. But what I will say is he is a competent one. I would suggest he's the best magic-based provoker for Hydra with his whole kit put together, right? That's what I would suggest. Now, the question is not, do I get him because he's the best magic-based? The question is, do I need him to provoke in Hydra? And if you don't, which is the majority most people are going to answer, because newer players will ask, do I need an ally protector for clan boss? Like, if it was in the early days of my free-to-play, I'd be looking to pick him up because he gives me a clan boss protector. Yes, it's not a 3-turn cooldown, but you can put it on a 1-1 with a 4-3 and it will work, right? Which often, if you haven't got an unkillable option for your very early game accounts, it would be good. But the main question a lot of people will ask is, do I need a magic-based Provoker? So if you don't have Bivold, then you might need it for when Husk and all the other Force-based Provokers are not going to work for you, right? Not everyone has a Bivold. Not everyone has Husks even. Not everyone has a Seeker. So the fact you're getting access to one of the best Provokers for Hydra, that needs to be put into context, I think. And it's a personal decision. Do you need the champion specifically for your Hydra team? If you do, I think he's worth getting. If you don't, then you can skip him and you won't hurt your account. That being said, if they release content in the future and you need a magic-based Force Provoke on an A1, then you're in trouble. But, you know, you'll probably pull him before you pull any other decent champion. But I am conscious that a lot of players are exhausted, right? They've played 2 very heavy, difficult fusions that, like, the first one was almost must get. The second one was a difficult model back to back. So you might just want to have a chill because it was 2 back-to-back personal CBCs as well. Very heavy week in terms of the Titan event points. So maybe you just want to have a chill. And if that's the case, again, there's no penalty of that. I don't feel like nobody should feel like, oh, I feel like I'm missing out. I don't want to miss it, blah, blah, blah. It's absolutely fine to take a break every now and then, because if you get to a position where you play too much and you burn yourself out, then it's going to be even worse, because then you're not going to want to play the game at all. So I think that's what it comes down to. If you look at your Hydra teams and go, I need... My Provoke options are limited. I don't have an awful lot. Even like for my account where I don't have Provoke sets, then I would say he's worth picking up. Most endgame players will do it anyway because it's 30,000 points in a clan versus clan if they need it, or 500 champion chase points. So, you know, that's the advantage with a fragment. You get to keep it for whenever you want it. If you don't need it straight away, you just hold on to it. So there's that as well. So... why are they making a 12-day intense fusion? Because they've got to do it before Halloween, Pocket. So if you think, right, it's going to end on... the 12th of September. Right? So the 12th of September, which means they need to do like a week's break or 2 weeks break. So the next fusion is going to start probably at the end of September. Then they've got to run that through to about the 13th. So that they can start the Halloween fusion around about the 28th. So that's why they're doing a 12-day accelerated, because they probably decided they don't want to do an epic this time. So they're doing it aligned to what's going to happen in 2 months' time, not right now. And obviously they decided they wanted to accelerate Emic because they wanted to do this Titan event. We had a bigger gap between Emic and this fusion than we had between Gnut and Emic. So it's just kind of like how the numbers work. So... yeah, they did an epic fusion last time. They normally do an epic fusion to cover the gap between Halloween and the September fusion. But if they've decided this year they don't want to do it and they want to put different things in, or maybe they've got some content drop pieces that basically they want to have during a fusion, right? Sometimes that can happen. Like the Emic one. They clearly had a plan to have the Titan event run for 2 weeks, so therefore they didn't want a fusion event going on at the same time as the Emic event, as the Titan event, so they squished the Emic event to basically make it so that they could end the Emic event, start a 2 week for the Titan event for whatever reason, and then go into the next fusion. You know, only player can tell you why they do things, but I'm just guessing that's the way that they went with it. So, I will be doing the fusion. Starfield over Islin. I was looking at Starfield. I don't know if I'll pick it up, to be honest. I worry about the replayability of Starfield. The only thing I will say about the Champion Training event, guys, there's a legendary book here. Earbad will tell you, legendary books are not a common thing on Champion Training tournaments. So if you want to get your legendary book, I would say it's not a bad source of investment on a tournament where you can get it via booking, where you can get it via ascending or making champions. So I'll be doing it for the legendary book more than anything else. Finite tournament, pretty average. It is a bit cheeky. They took the fragments away from winning tournaments. It's a bit cheeky. You know, it's a little bit cheeky. I have finished the birthday catch-up event, so I did get the exactly 1500. I got it all So whenever there's a new summoning event for souls, we have got a few mortal soul stones. I may have bought one of the 100 packs. It was bad. But I find souls are more impactful than anything else in the game. So for me personally, I'd rather buy 100 soul stones than buy 10 void shards. Simple as. Because the 100, this will give me something valuable. It just will. Because of volume. You normally win tournament points for winning champion tournament. Yeah, you normally do. Yeah, you can just, like, champion training tournament you can get from booking, right? So I will be honest, I'm a bit tired with doing champion training. I feel like that's all I've been doing lately. Hello, I built Emic Trunk Cart in the poison set for clan boss. Is it bad? Should I change it? No, Toxic's great. If you don't have a poisoner in clan boss, Toxic set's fine. If you have a poisoner in clan boss, you don't want the Toxic set taking up space that your normal your poisoner could fill if he's doing a 5% poison, right? So what free-to-play player above level 60 account can actually win a single tournament? Not many. Well, it depends. If you go super hard on one thing, then loads. If you go super hard on one dragon event and burn all your gems for the next 12 years, then yeah, you can. So but yeah, I mean, it's not too bad, honestly. Like, the summoning, there's only 15 fragments. You can skip 10, so that probably means you can do one bit of summoning. Like, I could probably do the first summon rush fragment and then do all the champion chase if I want to, or vice versa. So that's an option. Or you can skip 2 tournaments if you want to. So there's flexibility there. There's just not as much if you want to win a tournament. But I never really factor winning the tournament into anything anyway, because it's always very RNG heavy. If you've got a whale in your tournament, then you can't win it anyway. So yeah, I mean, that is a problem for, like, my level of account as well. It's like I'm looking for champions to upgrade, and I'm like, I haven't got any. So I just end up making more 5 stars. Because there's so few champions that I haven't already got a rank 6 now. What am I, what more can I train? So, so it's become clear Pyramid's starting to ease up on the souls and give us more. Do you think there's even more places that will give us? We have a whole roster's worth of Ascension soon. Well, one thing I've started today, Kessel, is I am actually tracking from today onwards all of my soul stones and soul coins acquisition for the next, like, month. Because what in the math that I've done, I've looked at the probabilities from, like, Iron Twins and obviously the Hydra odds, but I've never actually looked at how much do you get from event points. So I'm actually going to track it all, and then at the end of the month, I'm going to do a bit of I tracked my Mortal Soul coins for 1 month, this is what I got. And then once we've got a month's worth of evidence, we can basically multiply that by 12, and that'll give us, like, an annual evidence, and then we can kind of revert that back to, okay, how many tier 1 coins do I get per month? How many chances of souls for free do I get per month? Because a big counter argument to, like, giving us more is they say, well, we've given you more through events, right? They have this philosophy that to get more, you have to play more to earn more. Whether that's true or not, whether that's fair or not is a whole different conversation, but that's what their philosophy is. We don't need to give you more stuff because you can earn it by playing the game more, right? The more dungeons you run, the more rewards you get from tournaments, which means you get more stones. So I actually want to see what is the actual contribution of events, what is the contribution of Hydra, and what is the contribution of Iron Twins to the whole picture of the soul system, so that we can actually get a distribution of, okay, well, 27% of my souls come from Hydra, or 15% come from Iron Twins, or, that kind of thing. So that would be really good to do, I think. Obviously, I bought 100. Like, as I've said multiple times, I will only ever buy souls if they're tier 1 and they're 2 for 1. So basically what I mean by 2 for 1, 1 stone is worth like two stones for $1. That to me is a fair price. I don't think personally that tier 2 and tier 3 stones are worth buying. It's like buying sacred shards. Anyone who buys a sacred shard is just like got too much money. It's just not worth it. But I definitely think like buying the 100 tier 1s for $50 or something, that's a fair price. I would like to see smaller packs, really, because literally everything at the moment being sent to me. I haven't spent anything for like 3 weeks until yesterday or the day before. And look at all the packs that I'm getting. 100, 100, 79, 40, 50. Okay, that's half price. 60. Like, come on. What happened to microtransactions? It's so expensive. Bum, bum, bum. Shinori, thank you for becoming a minion. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here. And also from earlier, I think Unidemon became a member. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it. I forgot to shout out when I was distracted by all the Islin stuff. There's no micro and player book. Do we know how tournament groupings are decided? They are decided by player level, but once you get to like plus 80, they're just random. Like, I'm just in a random tournament. I have no idea who I'm in. It's a random tournament, right? There's probably some logic to it. I think I've used all my live arena tokens today. I'm not buying any. Well, let's buy some, actually. How did you progress to Sand Devil? Full team or do all the way? I do. Well, I personally did the Nogdar to unlock it. So I'm a bit of a cheater, maybe. Some people think that's exploiting, other people don't. But you can follow my Sand Devil 24 team and just increment your speeds bit by bit. And that will work just as fine. Right? I didn't need to do the Nogdar. It's just I did it because I wanted to do content on it. So I've been playing around with the monkey here. And I've been trying to find different mechanisms to find the right balance. What I've been struggling with the monkeys a little bit is he doesn't bring any turn meter control. So like you kind of want turn meter with him, but if you index any further into turn meter, you haven't got enough coverage for your DPS. So I've been trying to like find the balance. Like Arbiter could replace Duchess here, but then if they ban my Arbiter, I have no increased attack and my damage dealers can't do anything. So what I've been favoring is more pacier DPSs. So like my Vlad and my Fenax are like 200 plus speed. It seems to work a little bit better. So Trev, thanks for gifting 1 membership. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It'd be nice if you it would be nice if once you reach the top spending there, you could select the tier of each pack you want. To be honest, I just like a microtransaction every now and then. You can think A2 is a turn meter deplete if they fix it. You think A2 is a TM deplete if they fix it? What do you mean the sheep? No, it's not meant to. They made a mistake when they spoke about it. Put that up, and I'm going to ban the only win condition, which is Santa. Yeah, the A2 from Monkey was never meant to reset Termia. They made a mistake in the raid digest, so it's working as intended. The fusion hasn't changed the schedule, believe it or not. I would say the fusion length is less, but the amount we're getting is the same as it's always been. Like, you can check on Hellhades.com. We have them all listed. It goes back exactly the same duration as it's always done. Oh, he's resisted. There's a tanky old Pythian. Should be fine. It's just going to take me a while. I'm saving his A3. What blessings would I use on Vizier? If he's in Clan Boss, probably either Cruelty or Brimstone. Right, well, we can get some kills here. So you're going to have to instantly revive. Then I want you to taunt me. You won't one-shot me, so it's fine. You've no defense. There you go. Now I want you to taunt. Excellent. Now give me everything. Well, I took the taunt away, so that's fine. That's the main problem. The rest didn't, however, go. How much resistance must that Stultus have? Because I got like 600 accuracy nearly. The best part is I've stole his taunt, so now he has to attack my monkey. Which is quite funny if you ask me. He's stuck attacking my monkey for a while. I mean, he's got an AoE you can do here, but it's not going to do much, so... It's kind of annoying. Got stunned, but he's run out of AoEs now, so... It's just going to take a while because he took away my Phenax. We've discussed the fusion, Dandabe. And I've determined that the fusion is good if you need a magic-based provoker. Uh-oh, Wukong's about to return to the battlefield. There he is. He's back with a vengeance. Take them all. Yes, kill Stultus. Kill him. And revive. Give me full turn meter. And kill them all again. There we go. It's a matter of time. This is why I'm saying I prefer a little bit of pace on my DPSs at the moment, because the team generally can't support any additional turn meter boosting, because I don't have DPSs that can survive without Necret. The fact that my Vlad is at 250 speed and my Phenax is a bit faster means that I can actually get my DPSs to take an action before the enemy takes a turn. So it gives me a little bit of control and agency. So that's why I kind of dropped Constantine a little bit, because he's built a bit too slow. My monkey is in full support build. He is in full support mode. Yeah, he has to attack my monkey. Boom, boom. Yeah, exactly. It's not that his damage is poor. It's just I think he has more power as a CC, right? You know, I think I'll take their Arb, because I don't think Islin and Leo can break my team. That's great. Put monkey in the lead. So I kind of lose my increased attack, but monkey will basically allow me to stop someone from taking a turn. So, yeah. Wow, his Islil took a turn before my monkey. How fast is his Islil? All right. Well, I would like for you to go to sleep. So he's probably going to kill my Vlad. Okay, he's going to kill no one. Now we're going to just drop some turn meter control. There's a lot of ally attack in this team, so it's going to take me a while to get through it. You should kill... You just realize he's got reaction. Why are you attacking him again? Kill the Vlad. I haven't got a revive in the team. You're just giving me damage. Because now I can just kill this dude. Or not, apparently, because... Let's put protection on here. Let's get some buff stealing going. Oh, it's beautiful. He hasn't got a revive as well. So it's kind of like... This is what I just got to avoid. As long as I can kill the Islil now, I win. Which is going to be tricky, because I got to break through this Necret. But I am protected, so... Just smack him. Please don't kill him. Oh, I didn't kill the Phenax. Okay, it's fine. One down. Monkey's gonna sheep Islil in a second. Sheep Islil. Put him to sleep. Then kill him. Oh, not quite. We should be fine now. It's a bit close. Just stun him. You can see why I'm saying that I just think he's better as a... I just think he's better as a control champ, because he can't take a turn. It's close on that. Can you throw masteries on of monkey when you please? Yeah, I'll show the monkey build after this now. Finally picked up the Seer after almost 3 years of playing. Yeah, she's crazy, isn't she? I actually don't use mine in Doom Tower anymore. I prefer to clear it a better way. Oh, Cat, you're not helping. Yeah, he's booked now. He's fully booked. We booked him in clan versus clan, so now he's actually having, you know, he's got better rotation. So we're going to go Fenax, Vlad. But you can see what I mean about the increased attack, right? Where I'm struggling. Ideally, I'd want a better substitute for Duchess, right? I could drop the Necret and bring in Arbiter, but that does mean I have to basically take out their win condition. So if it's in a situation where I know I can definitely knock out their win condition straight away, I will drop the Necret and bring in the Arbiter. The problem is all of my damage dealers generally need Necret, right? They need Necret to stay alive, because if they ban Monkey, I don't have any turn meter control. It's a bit awkward. I still haven't found the right balance. This setup that I've got here seems to do good, in the sense that Monkey normally isn't the one they ban. They normally go for the Duchess or the Necret. All right, well, I'm just going to pick on the one that's the most annoying, which is... normally Rhodas. Yeah, so they've picked the Monkey this time, which is absolutely fine, because I can probably tank double Harima. And then once I get involved with the double Harima, all I have to do is kill the Harima. I'll kill it eventually. Fenax is strong affinity to both Harima and Ultimate Death Knight. So it'll take me like, you know, 5 minutes. But I will win this, because they won't have enough damage. Unless this is like a Giga Harima. It has to be like an absolute monstrous Harima. Because we're just going to protect the team for the time being until we actually get some growth. But you'll see it's going to do no damage. Now I can, if I want to, drop an AoE here just to soften him up a bit. So I can actually get an idea of how tanky they are. They're quite squishy. We're just kind of waiting for this, you know, Rhodas to... this Ultimate Death Knight Stone Skin, unfortunately. Like, he knows if he has Ultimate Death Knight, he's got to ban the Monkey. But Rhodas was probably more of a problem for me than Harima. I can deal with Harima. Like, I can just do this. And eventually I will take him out. I probably need to start taking out the Pythian. Like, he's probably going to A2 with the Harima now. But I've knocked him down enough. That's what I'm saying. Like, the Harima... I know a lot of people say Harima's really strong. But Harima, if you just take her out early, she can't scale. She hasn't got the damage output to be able to actually output the damage she needs. So now, I can just keep going here. We'll get another revive going on here. There's nothing we can do about that until the Ultimate Death Knight Stone Skin is gone, which is about to go. Now we can actually start taking out the Ultimate Death Knight. Once Ultimate Death Knight is done... is easy, right? So the revive will come in from Harima. It'll give me a life harvest. I'm about to get increased attack, and I'll just re-kill it again. She won't get a turn before I get a chance to take a turn. So now we can actually start whacking this Ultimate Death Knight a bit. She might get her A2 off, but it won't kill me because Necret's alive. She might get a turn. Depends if Necret's gonna... Yeah, she will. So the A2 is gonna come out here. Because it's just not enough damage. There might be a revive coming. I don't know if Fenax got it. Yeah, Fenax didn't get it. But now I can just keep re-killing it because Life Harvest has done its job. Meanwhile, we just keep whacking this. Eventually, we'll knock the Ultimate Death Knight down low enough. She's too slow, Templar. I'll one-shot it. I'll one-shot that Harima. The only reason why I haven't one-shotted to death yet is because of Ultimate Death Knight. Actually, as well, because of Elva's passive is really frustrating. She'll revive the Harima here. Will give me boost in a minute. There's a revive going to come out on the Harima in a second. There it comes. Now I've won. Block revive. There you go. It may have taken me longer because they took my monkey away, but because they had to ban my monkey, they couldn't ban my other two DPSs, and Necret with the Duchess is going to win. So, yeah, I'll show the builds afterwards, don't worry. Elva's really annoying to deal with, actually. Which champ will one-shot it? If I get a debuff, Fenax. Urgh. Filthy. So far, they haven't got any turn meter control, though. I've lost this. I've just lost this. They've just got too much. I can't ban the turn meter control. They've got Full Awakening. It's just a friggin' Kraken. Look at it. Like, what the hell do I stop? Like, Leo, I guess? I just take Jorgid, I guess. There's just no chance. There's zero chance I win this. Because he's going to lock me out and permanently turn meter control me to death because I have no turn meter control. The Jorgid would one-shot my team because he'll go through the Necra like butter. It's just a Kraken team. There goes Vlad. The only hope I have is if we get a lucky A1. I really think, and I keep saying this, I'm going to say this every single goddamn stream, they need to take the turn meter control away from Warlord's A3. The locking out of abilities is not the problem. The problem is I lose all of my turn meter. So I actually I can't take a turn. If you take the turn meter away, Warlord is still strong, but he's not as oppressive. There's just no way I'm going to win this because I'm never going to get a turn. I'm just never going to get a turn. That's the problem. Fenax is like 210. But they've got too much turn meter control. Like here now, who do I take out? Arbiter maybe? Turn meter boost coming in a second. There's decreased speed, makes it even worse. He's going to kill my Necrat. No revive. That's just a Kraken though, so... I often find I have no answer to a lockout with double boost. So like Kaimar Warlord Arbiter, or like that scenario where it's Warlord Arbiter Morrigan, because what do I ban? Right, I can take out, if I don't take out the boost, like I can't take the boost out because they've got two boosters. I can't take out the DPS because we've got two DPS. I can't take out the Warlord because I'll just get one shot by the Jorgid and Leor. There is no answer for me. The only solution there is Rotus. Or you bring a faster champion, right? Or I bring Lockout. But by this point, I've already drafted too slow because they've taken my slow champion. This is why I say draft diversity is a problem in Live Arena, because I don't know what they're facing and there's no option for me to pivot. The hell do I pick there? Right? The moment I lock in Duchess, I can't go speed. So either I have to lock in Arbiter, but then I have no protection. And what if they ban the Arbiter? Then I'm not fast enough, right? You see what I mean? It's like... It's why speed teams don't work, because there's no plan B. It's really problematic, and honestly, I don't really know how you fix it. But you can see like this it's better in gold because I can take one of the 3 away, right? I could pick the Arbiter or something like that, so there couldn't just be a matchup. But when it's like double boost into lockout, I have no answer for it. I've literally no answer for it. I don't have Tormin, by the way. So, what you got to understand about my account is every single option you would think to counter of it, there's a good chance I don't have it. The meta is basically, the champions that I have that are meta is what you see on the screen right now. That's just Necra. I don't have anything else. But I said, the problem there wasn't the loss of abilities. I'm not going to win this one because I don't have Monkey. Oh, I can't bother to fight that. It's just a waste of my time. The problem there wasn't the loss of abilities. The problem was the loss of turn meter. If he didn't drop turn meter, Warlord has a counter. Because essentially, you can still build fast, just bring A1 champions that do a lot of effect. But because he drops your turn meter, then I can't do anything. Because it means I can't counterattack. I can't actually do anything. Because there's just too much turn meter control. So... it's because I don't have compatible... like, I don't have DPS champions that don't need Necra. That is the main fundamental flaw with my team. I don't have a Leorius, Taras, Jorgid, Hefrak, or Leorius, right? Those champions don't really need Necra because they have either a passive or they're more preferential to run them in like Stone Skin or something because of the way that they buff or set themselves up. Where in this instance here, like I can probably take out this because actually the Stultus is not going to be that dangerous. And that's the fundamental problem. Because I don't have a DPS that's able to support themselves, you have to go towards the Necra, and the moment you have to lock a Necra, you limit your abilities to lock other champions. I also don't have a Kaimar, Yumiko, or Warlord, so no lockout or reset champion for Arena. There's no Siphi, there's no Rotus, so it limits all of my options. It really does limit the options that I have available to me. I'm not worried about the passive here because he's going to revive back in 3 turns anyway. So he's back alive now. So it doesn't really matter. They can't stop him. Now we can just basically take this guy out. And then throw protection on there. You have to be careful with Brimstone. It's not a very... Brimstone's not a strong ability, but it can do a good chunk of damage in Arena if you're not careful, if you're not mindful. Like, you can see my Necrit's almost gone. It's not going to matter because I'm still going to win. Like, you can see the value of what I'm saying about Necrit. He keeps Fenax alive. If Fenax doesn't have Necrit, he's dead. He doesn't survive. So it forces me into this, okay, well, I need Necrit with a Nuka. Then I need another Nuka because if they ban my Nuka, then I'm going to lose. So there's 3 spots taken. Then I want to bring Monkey because he's a very strong Arena. Now I have no choices, right? You just run out of options. So it's difficult. I know there'll be some people commenting like, well, you know, you've got Duchess Necra. What are you complaining about? They're not really meta anymore. Duchess Necra is not meta. Meta is Marichka, Siphi, Rotus, Taras, somewhat Ultimate Death Knight. Not so much anymore. Monkey's probably meta. But, like, Duchess Necra is not meta anymore when you're talking about the top teams. You look at probably Platinum resets, they're not using Duchess that often. They would prefer Marichka Taras. It's a stronger combo. It's not to say that you can't do it with those champions. I'm just saying that people don't need them anymore. So when I see comments in my YouTube videos like, oh, here's him complaining about his Arena meta champions when he's got Duchess, I'm like, yes, because she doesn't help, she doesn't solve my problems. I'm gonna actually take Siphi out here. I think I'm gonna lose this one, whatever I do, because they've got too much control. Like, I have to pick Duchess first because she's my best meta champion. But she wouldn't be top of my list if I actually had decent champions. I'm going to lose this, by the way. The only way I win this is if I get lucky with A1s now. But he's going to block damage and I'm stuck forever. So I've lost. Should have taken Helicath. Great fun. I don't have Sifino. But you can see the innate problems that I know pretty much when I enter a battle whether I'm going to win or lose. Pretty comfortable. I could pretty much tell you off the... like, without even going into battle, I'll know if I win or lose. And it's kind of depressing. I'm doing live arena more at the moment because I want to try and get some more area bonuses. But, you know, like you can see there, the moment they take the monkey away, I have no agency. I can't get rid of the block damage. I can't get rid of any buffs. The monkey is essential for that. And yeah, like as I said, you also need 2 DPSs, so can't do that. It should work in Firefox. Try clearing your cache if it's not working in Firefox. This one's actually fine because I can take out their speed lead. They might take out my monkey. They didn't. That's fine. Quintus is good. The problem is most people who've got Quintus have Taras, so why would they use anything else other than Taras? Once everyone else starts climbing, like I would 100% use Quintus. 100%, because he would become my better damage dealer because he can breach a lot of defenses. Like he'll breach a lot of buff teams for me. But in the world where you've got Taras, like most people who've got Quintus have Taras. So why the hell would they want any other champion? Why would you trade your tanky one-shottable champion for a why would you trade your tanky one-shottable champion for a champion that isn't tanky? Taras does the same job as Quintus. So put you to sleep. This is the ideal setup for this team, right? They have 1 win condition that I can keep out, and then I can just chain cycle this with Necret, right? Fenax is just one shot and everything. But, again, this team doesn't have, like, OP picks. Speed is important in live arena to some extent. But it is also... you need tanky speed, right? That ended a bit of a bad run there. What's Quintus's A2's problem? I don't even know. I'm talking about Quintus's passive. Quintus damage comes from his passive, not his A2. So if he attacks, you use him against buffs. That's where he's strong. I actually want Quintus to actually destroy the clan boss with. Really, that's all I want Quintus for. Yeah, I'm basically doing this because I want area bonuses. I'm not doing it because I particularly enjoy live arena. I've been messing around with it, trying to find different combinations for Wukong. But generally, see, this is the problem. People have now learned that Wukong's OP. This is the other issue. The moment they do release a champion that you can use in live arena, they're permabanned. So, it's like I had one day where I was like, oh, cool, I can finally compete. They just built a very slow team for some reason. Probably relying on Lissandra. This is why I'm talking about having speed DPS options, right? AoE. The fact that I've got a faster champion here means I was able to get a turn. I actually don't know how their Warlord is less than 250 speed. It's actually quite worrying that their Warlord is less than 250 speed. No more reviving for Monkey. But that is the problem with Live Arena as well. If you don't have a meta rich account, actually trying to play Live Arena is hard because the one win conditions you do have, you actually can't use because you just get banned out, right? I only really have Necret Duchess, so often if they ban the Necret or the Duchess, I'm like, what do I do now? You know? There'll be a revive coming out here, but it's fine because I've got Life Harvest, and we just kill them again. Like, the only reason why I won there because I got a turn before they did. If their Sun Wukong or Warlord got a turn before me, I was in trouble. I actually don't know why the Warlord wasn't faster, because normally, this person probably doesn't realize that, or hasn't realized that Wukong's aura is better. They should have been able to put their Wukong aura before me, and then I would have lost the turn meter fight. So that was just a misplay. I should have lost this fight, because Wukong should have gone into the lead, which meant their Warlord would have taken a turn. They would have dropped my turn meter, and then Termisio would have killed me, and then I wouldn't have been able to recover because Sun Wukong would have sheeped either my Duchess or my Necret. Right? That's kind of like how it should have gone. But because I was able to get a turn first, I killed both the Termisio and Sun Wukong. I got a turn before their Warlord, which meant I killed him, so he actually never got to play a turn. That's why I said speed is technically important for Live Arena in the right setup. So Saf, you said, if I want better gear, spend energy on Sand Devil over farming Finite. Yeah, Ascension is huge. Ascension basically gives you 1500 attack. Alright, we're starting big. We're starting with a 6-star +1 candy. What else has he got up his sleeve then? What's a proper Terrace look like? 110,000 HP, 300% crit damage. If you're talking meta. Rats has shared with me what his Terrace build is. It is freaking gross. It's like 120,000 or 125,000 or something like that plus. Crazy numbers. I mean, I did see in one of our chats today a 7,800 Leorius with 320% crit damage at 281 speed. I'm actually not worried about their Candrathon. He's probably going to ban my Wukong. So it's going to be a speed race. Yeah, Terrace doesn't need buffs, really. This is my argument with Terrace. He does too much damage without buffs. Like, if your champion, basically, the whole concept was, like, you need buffs to actually buff his multiply, like Seer. It's basically like taking Seer into a wave and she just kills the wave without any buffs. Right? It's just dumb. It shouldn't be like that. So what they need to do is nerf his damage, nerf his multipliers, completely all the way down, 25%. So that it forces you to build buffs. It forces a team composition. The stone skin's a bit awkward. I'll probably lose Vlad. That's okay. I can support losing Vlad. Oh, alright. We're going to keep Vlad alive. Well, we might as well just A3 you. Soften you up. I still lost Vlad. Oh my god. He's 6-star Candrathon. I have no chance. It's over. Oh, come on. There's a slim chance. It's a very slim chance. Problem is, I can't... The biggest challenge with Candrathon is getting to him. Actually being able to attack him, but because of the Veil buffs, it's really difficult to actually from... Oh, he's got another turn already. If he's got another A3, I'm going to cry. Oh, he double... It's like all I depend upon is weak hitting. Screw you, Candrathon. That's it. I'm done. No more. Do we get an era bonuses upgrade? No. Nothing special yet. It's a shame. We're moving there. We're nearly there. We are climbing a little bit. We're now at what? 2393. We'll get an epic book soon. What do we need to get for 2700 to get to gold? We're nearly at gold. What's my lead? I'm at 60% win rate. It's actually quite good. Considering I just don't have the meta, that win rate is actually really good, I would say. What makes Siphi still meta? She has 115 base speed, gives turn meter boost, block debuffs, increased defense, and she has a permanent A1 sleep, and she can cleanse fears, and she works well with Rotus. If Rotus didn't exist, I think Siphi would go down in priority. I think the fact that Rotus is so good with her means that Siphi is just better, right? I think that's why. You get agency as well, right? So you can build her really fast and you get a little bit of turn meter boost. The problem with Duchess, and this is something I have across the board, the issue with Duchess is the revive is really poor, right? The revive is really poor because it doesn't give you turn meter. So whereas when you use a Pythian, right? If you use a Pythian here, you get a revive with 50% turn meter. When Siphi revives, you get 100% turn meter. When you revive with someone like a Raka Viletide, you get 50% turn meter. The fact that Duchess revives you with nothing is a big problem, specifically for Live Arena. Then you've got a 4-turn cooldown here, not a 3-turn, right? If you take someone like Elva, Elva does her abilities on a 3-turn cooldown, so it's more regular. She also has a 50% turn meter fill. You know, so the issue with Duchess is she's a bit slow. Now, she's got a great passive, and her Veil if you put her in Stone Skill into her A2, she becomes an incredibly good tank and like gives you 2 turns. But if you can't win within those 2 turns against someone like a Siphi or a Marichka, it's worse, right? Marichka, I think, revives with 60% turn meter. Is it? 75% turn meter? So it's the lack of turn meter that's pushing Duchess out of the Live Arena meta specifically, because they're just better revivers. So once you consider there are better revivers, and then you consider there are now better block debuff champions and better increased attack champions, and then you go into the fact that you don't need attack-based champions anymore because Taras is really strong, or you've got someone like Hefrak who can do it herself, you start going, okay, well, I'm bringing Duchess for a passive. Well, if that's the case, I can just bring Pythian, who has the exact same passive with enough buffs, but at least I get a 50% turn meter revive on a 4-turn cooldown and a 2-turn cleanse, right? So that's why she's falling out of meta, because it's basically like dated content. Yeah, she's a 2020 champion, which means the newer champions are getting the same abilities but more regular at a better quality and basically with more stuff. There's no point going to gold. Well, there is, because I want to get more speed. And it's not like you have a choice. Once you hit gold, the only way you can get out of gold is to lose. It's not like I can choose not to be in gold. I'm going to end up being in gold regardless. So 40+ pick rate. I mean, she'll get picked because what you've got to remember, QWERTY, is in gold here, you can't actually pick likewise, right? So if I could pick everything my enemy picked and my preferential arena team, it wouldn't include Duchess. But once someone picks Marichka, the other person picks Taras, and another person picks Siphi, and someone else picks Pythian, right? You are working your way down the meta in Live Arena because you haven't got... you can't pick the same champions. Whereas when you look in, if you look in Classic Arena here, this is the meta. Yeah? Marichka, Taras, Siphi, Yumiko, Marichka, Taras. Where's the Duchess here, guys? There's one Duchess. None. There is a Duchess there, fair play. Probably doesn't have the Marichka or Taras. If you don't see a Taras or Marichka, it probably means they don't have them. And if they do have them, it's never really with a Duchess. Look. Not with a Duchess. There is a Taras with a Duchess here. If that was a Marichka, would be Marichka over Duchess every single time. Yeah? But you can see what I mean. When you actually look at the leaderboard here, yes, these are not platinum resets. I get that. These are not the teams you would see at reset. How many of them actually have Duchess anymore? You're seeing like 1 every 10. It's only when you start getting out of the top 50, now you're starting to see more of them. But again, it's still a very dominant prevalence towards Siphi, Taras, Yumiko, Marichka, Ultimate Death Knight, Warlord, Monkey's in here. Right? If you basically gave someone an option between Siphi, Marichka, or Duchess, they're going to pick Duchess last. It's a shame, really, because she is a strong champion. Anyway, on Corporal and Cadaver nerf, when they can be bothered, Chris. Quote, we need to do it without nerfing Corporal and Cadaver. I'd love to know how they plan to do that, because that's going to be very difficult. So... in Silver, you just lose 1, and then when you get 5, when you win. And 3 losses in a row, you get your bot. Yeah, you do. So... if you lose 3 in a row, you get a bot. So... you don't get any points when you lose now. Why? Because they can't nerf a champion. It's so bad, right? We can't nerf a champion. Literally, if they implemented the 10 things that I would want nerfed, the game would be in such a better health. Everyone would have so much more enjoyment. But because they refuse to nerf any champion, what actually makes me laugh is anytime something is strong, so like Wukong came out and everyone saw the A2 doing like 1 million damage on Hellhades, like maximum damage, and like, when are they gonna nerf it? When's the last time they nerfed a champion before it was released? After it was released, sorry. Yeah, they obviously nerfed Emic after his release. Before his release. My brain is not working today. But when the champion actually makes it to game, the last one they nerfed was, I think... was it Ornn? Mycelic Priest Ornn? I think he was the last one they actually physically nerfed. Was it Orogrim? Or was it Ornn? I'm sure it was Ornn. They nerfed Ornn. Or did they nerf him before they released him? But what I'm saying is, fundamentally, they don't nerf champions. So when everyone says, oh, they're going to nerf the champion, I'm like, what evidence do you have? Because the only champions they ever tend to nerf are already on the test server and they've nerfed it before it even comes live, right? They don't release and then change it afterwards unless they feel it was like super bad. Orogrim is probably the last one if it was after. I'm sure Ornn was nerfed on the test server. I think Orogrim was the only one they've nerfed recently. Like, Geomancer wasn't even a nerf. Geomancer was, there's a bug, we want to fix it. The fix broke the champion to a, you were doing 1 billion damage in Clan Boss. They then bug fixed the champion, didn't realize that they actually nerfed it by doing the bug fix, then changed it again to make it actually better than what it was before. To some extent. Some people argue that it wasn't because they lost a few features, but generally, Geomancer was never a nerf. Orogrim is the only one that I can think of they actually physically nerfed a champion after release. So if you put that into context, that was like over, what, 2 years ago? I can't remember when. So it's like, when do they actually ever nerf a champion after it's gone into the game? They don't. So the fact that everyone keeps going, they're going to nerf this champion, why are you trying to get this champion nerfed? It's like, they don't nerf it. They might nerf it before it gets released. And let's face it, Emic needed to be fixed before it came out. I mean, you were doing 8 billion damage to Clan Boss at turn 8. So they had to do something. Did they go a little bit too far to the extreme? Absolutely. Again, they could have capped Cadaver at the point of Emic coming out. That was a great opportunity to do it. They didn't. And I'm like, why? They have to put a cap on Cadaver. It's the only way... What they can't understand is you can't fix... The only way you actually fix it without breaking Corporal and Cadaver is you disable Shield Grow. Which means you've nerfed Brogni. So it's like, well, you've got to nerf someone. It's the only solution to the problem. You can't just sit there on your hands and knees and go, oh, well, we're not going to nerf a champion to fix this problem. You can't. You're going to have to nerf something. Because it's just not going to work, right? Or you have to completely rebuild your system as to how you're calculating points and not do it off damage. One or the other. But then you go into the question, well, how do you rank the points? Do you rank it based on position? Well, the position will be based on damage, so you haven't changed anything. it's not only that it makes the total joke of Hydra Clash, it also demotivates players. Our clan, I can feel it in the chats, feel so demoralized in trying to compete for Hydra Clash because they know they'd either have to build the team they don't want to build or be defeated by the team that will be built, right? So you just you lose the motivation, and people then kind of lose the will to push in Hydra, and it's really sad because the game mode, the concept is really good. Your clanmates work together to try and beat another clan to basically compete for high rewards in Hydra Clash, and the person that can do the most damage wins. Good concept. If you had champion balance, just like live arena is a good concept. Live PvP, if you had champion balance, but because you don't have champion balance, it's boring. So, I don't know. I just feel like they're working so hard to not nerf a rare champion. I'm like, it's a rare champion. Literally, it deals with one team composition only. That is, everyone has accepted, even the people that use it. Even people like Victor Tess, and I'm sure he won't mind me saying this, have come out and said it's too strong for Hydra Clash. The champions of the Infinity Comp have come out and said, no, this is really bad. You need to change it. So I don't really see the problem. If someone literally, if Playroom came out and said, look guys, Cadaver was fun and all, what we're going to do is we're actually going to put a cap on the A1 so we can only do a maximum of 100% bonus damage, or 100k bonus damage. You know, they can even structure the cap so that it can still do a 1 key and clan boss with the Infinity Comp, it just doesn't do 4 billion damage. Just come out and do that. And I think 80% of the players will go, good job, thanks for fixing Hydra Clash. 80% of the players, I'm very confident that the majority of people, I would imagine, let's just do a poll on it, right? Let's do a poll. Would you support a cap on Cadaver A1 enough to still 1 key Ultra 9 miss EB? I'll do a poll, right? I'm pretty confident, without even looking at the results of this poll, that over 80% of this chat is going to say, yeah, I'd be happy with it. There'll be a proportion of the player base that won't be happy with the nerf to Cadaver because they might have built their Cadaver comps now and they feel like they wasted resources and they'll want a refund, and you'll have people going, I built this because it was going to stay and now you've nerfed it. I want my money back, blah, 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 the usual people. And people who have it as their Infinity comp. There obviously is a negative to people who have built it to help their clans defeat Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, where they don't normally before. I understand that. That's why I'm saying just adjust it so that it can still do 200 million in Clan Boss or something, or 100 million in Clan Boss, but it can't do 5 billion in Hydra. That's all I would say you do. You can balance something that it's still good, just not OP. It's called balance. Taras can still be an excellent arena champion. He just doesn't need to one-shot everyone with no buffs. I just don't understand why this is a concept that is difficult in 2023. Come on. I would also, by the way, support a bug fix for Trunder's A2, where the A2 shouldn't crit. I think they should do to Trunder what they did to Wukong, where the second attack can't crit. And I think it would be absolutely still viable, but it just won't do billions of damage. That's what it comes down to for me, is you can still have things good, you just don't need to have them so good that they actually destroy any other meta in the game. That's all we're asking for. A little bit of champion balance. Every so often. It's not like they haven't nerfed champions in the super past, beyond 2011. They've done it before. So... exactly, Mr. Mo, you got it right. When people were running the unkillable comps in the Iron Twins, what did they do? They made it so the Iron Twins couldn't be unkillable. There was also a version of the Iron Twins where they didn't put a HP burn cap on it, Mr. Mo. So people were actually killing it with Ninja Solo. What did they do? They went and they put a cap on it. Why? Because they realized it was too strong. As I said, generally I try to be positive about Playroom, right? I try to sit here and I try to give my thoughts in a constructive manner as to how they can improve it. And I'm just sitting, I'm thinking, the longer they leave this Cadaver comp up, the more they're killing Hydra Clash. And I think that's what they haven't quite grasped. In their attempts to not nerf a rare champion, they're essentially destroying the enthusiasm for their new game mode. Because people are like, I don't want to play this anymore. You know, people aren't willing to put the time and effort into Hydra because it's like, I don't want to fight an Infinity comp. And then it's almost like when you launch a new product and the product is a little bit underwhelming, you've got to then buy the customer's trust back. You know, when New World came out, everyone was saying New World is great for the first 30 levels, and then after level 30, it got really bad. And they had to work, they're having to work incredibly hard to even get back a player base because the initial bit was bad. And that will be the same with Hydra Clash. If they don't fix it soon, players won't come back to it. They'll just give up on it. So, anyway, that's the end of the rant segment. That was a long one. There you go, 87% of you. So yes, there'll be a proportion of the player base that will be unhappy. But the majority will be like, yeah, it's fine. Do it. It will make my gameplay experience better. So, what's the point of manuing in for 5 hours a week to get destroyed by comp? Exactly, Chris. Oh, I was going to show you builds. I am so sorry. Yes, people asked for builds. Okay, so, monkey build. Pretty much there now. Where is he? Monkey build. So we got him in speed, and perception. We've gone down the support tree masteries. We want Eagle Eye. I've taken Cycle of Magic because I want to take an extra turn. I took the Retribution because I feel like an A1 stun chance is actually quite good. There is a risk of Polymorph, but Polymorph is actually... It's okay. We can get away with it. So his build is... We have got 1 refresh ring, 352 speed, 558 accuracy at the moment. It's the build at the moment. Now... There's room for improvement. Like, this would be better if it's accuracy. This would be better if it's accuracy. So that would help. You know, you can basically get what? Like, what can you get as accuracy there? Is it like 50 odd? I always forget. Res, it'll be the same value here. So 29. So we can get 29 there. And I think you can get 29, a little bit more on the banner, right? Because it's... I'm sure you can get a little bit more on the banner. I think Seer has an accuracy banner. Let's have a look. Yeah, you can get 29. So you can basically walk away with 56, right? So if you think of the overall build, he's down 56 accuracy because of the Ascension. We could also be getting like a higher roll here. You know, 47 over 5 rolls is basically a... 9 average. 9. So if we actually had a quad, if we actually had a triple roll that was more perfect on a 6-star, we would actually walk away with 48. So a high triple 6-star is better than this quad. So there's potential room for growth here. And then we look at the build and we go, okay, this has only 1 roll of accuracy. If we were to move this 2 defensive rolls into accuracy, that's another 24. If we were to move one of these, like the flat HP into accuracy, that's another 12. If we were to move one of these into accuracy, if we were to get this into a 6-star, would be better. This could be a triple roll, so that you can see there's room for growth, right? There is good room for growth in this build. When you get, like, blessings, I would probably put temporal chains on him. That will give us another 75 accuracy. With another 15 speed. When we empower him, you see how it's scaling, right? Actually, in today's meta, the more I'm playing this game, souls are more important than champions. Right? Soul stones are the most important thing in the game. Once you have the champion. So for my level account where I've got so many champions apart from the few that I really need, I'm better off getting souls. Because the soul is going to have more impact for me than getting another champion. So... The fusion is only worth getting if you need a magic-based provoker. So. Yeah, you want souls, right? Constantine is decent without Vlad. He's a little bit worse now because the meta's shifted a little bit away from the priority factions, right? 8 months ago, before we got into the Tarichka meta, a lot of people were still running things like, you know, Kaimars a lot with Duchesses, a lot with things like Candrafons, Hefrax. They were running Siphi, Rotus. They were running Necret a lot more. They were running Hegemons, Jorgids, right? They were running these. Now, a lot of them are dropping out for Banner Lords, which does hurt him. Like, Leorius is not going to get block revived by Constantine. The Tarichka twins won't. So he loses a bit out if he doesn't have Vlad, but Constantine is still one of the hardest hitting Void legendaries in the game for Arena because of his utility on his A3 as well. So he's definitely worth it. 6-star Sol on Abora is very good because Abora is great for Hydra, you know, and she's going to do a lot of damage. Is it better than Seeker? Well, he gives you more in the fight, right? You're going to get a decreased speed and protection, where Seeker's just going to give you turn meter. So yes, technically he's better overall. They have this. They share the same odds though. So isn't Siphi Ultimate Death Knight Taras Marichka the top arena team ever? Pretty much. Although I think Ultimate Death Knight's gone now, Crizzle, because I think Monkey defeats it, right? Specifically in Classic and Tag. In Classic and Tag now, Ultimate Death Knight will not get used because it's just asking for Monkey to come in and take him out, and then you haven't got enough champions, right? So. But yeah, like that's the problem with Corporal and Cadaver, as Tommy's pointing out. Every time you want to release a new champion with shield growth of any capacity, you have to frame it around the rare champion. Just cap it, right? It's not like value caps aren't a thing. Even Seer, you don't know it because it's reasonably high. This ability has a cap. Yeah? You will hit a limit with the amount of damage you can do with Karma Burn. It can't go over a certain value. Just the value is quite high, so you don't notice it. But there is a cap to Karma Burn. So just add that to... just add like 100,000 cap. It's not a problem. What about the properly built Ultimate Death Knight Stones though, with high resist? You just bring accuracy. You just bring Lady Kimmy. Fred. You can't beat resist when you have an increased accuracy buff that's so prevalent in the game. What is the cap? Let me just remember it. It's really high. Tell you now, hang on. Oh god. 42%. Sorry, it's going to take me a while to translate this. It's 10% to 42%. With a 500,000. Basically, welcome to the world of me trying to translate Seer multipliers. This is Seer's value cap. So it's like 42%. If the target is a boss, then 0.1% times the target's 42.5% exponential times 500,000, 57.5. It's something like 500k on a boss. It's capped at. Something like that. But it has a value cap, right? So what you can't do is infinite amounts of damage with Karma Burn. You will eventually hit a cap. It's just an incredibly high cap. So... yeah, exactly. What is that heresy? So it's not like the concept of a value cap doesn't exist. Yeah. So they could just easily go copy, paste, 100,000 times damage dealt, job done. I can fix Hydra Clash in 5 seconds. Actually, I have said if the devs gave me one patch window, I could fix the game for them. Because it wouldn't take me much. I'm sure everyone would get pissed off, but once they realize that the actual balance of the game is much more fun, they would still play the game. So, because power is relevant. Power is relative. So as long as you adjust champions that they're relatively still powerful, but just not overpowered, then people will still play the game. If you take someone like Taras and make him totally useless, then players will quit the game. If you take Taras and just make him a really strong arena champion, but at least counterable, people will still play the game. What about nerfing the... No, I think Brogni's shield growth is fine, because effectively shield growth is capped by his damage, Acrobat. And because he's got low base attack, there's only a certain... You kind of have a cap innately built into the fact that you can't actually build him with a lots of damage. The only reason why the shield growth works so well is Corpulent Cadaver is able to multiply the damage exponentially. You have to sacrifice so much of the team to make Corpulent Cadaver do his thing, but it's because Corpulent Cadaver does it so well, you don't worry about it. So, Corpulent Cadaver doesn't have a cap at all. There is 0 cap on Corpulent Cadaver. Corpulent Cadaver basically takes 30% of a shield value and just does damage. I'm just going to double check that just in case I was wrong. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Correct. There is no cap. It just takes the sum of the shield and multiplies it by 0.3. Just do them. All they have to do is shield value by a certain amount. So they kind of cap Brimstone, right? Brimstone is meant to do 25% of the damage, right? This here. Brimstone is meant to do 25% of the target's damage. Now, obviously, you don't want to be doing 25% of the boss's damage because that's a bit OP. So what they do is they put a secret passive on every single boss that takes this 25%, and anything that exceeds a certain value gets removed from the damage. So they can basically force it so that Clan Boss only does 250,000. That's a value cap. It's exactly what they need to do with Cadaver. Force it so that the value of the shield bonus is only a certain amount. So he can only get like 100,000 bonus of his shield or something. Right? So he might have 1 million shield, but only 100,000 of it can actually be multiplied by 30%. Brimstone was doing more damage on Hydra. It's still... So Brimstone will do 100,000 to one target, and then 25% of that. So 25k to the rest. Or like 5%, right? Or something like that. It works differently, but it's basically like the way you look at it is Brimstone does 100,000 to target one. Yeah, that's the problem in it, Templar. Yeah, Control Freak's got it. Nailed there. Let's just put a value cap on it. It's not hard. It's literally one line of code change. I could fix it in 5 seconds, and then everyone's Hydra Clash experience will be better. I'd go in and fix Trunder. Solve that problem. Hey, Joe. So I'd basically go in and I would fix... So the changes that I would make is I would make Corpulent Cadaver have a cap. I'd make Trunder's A2, the second component, not critically hit. I would make Marichka's Revive have a 1-turn cooldown. I would make Ultimate Death Knight have a 1-turn cooldown on his passive. I would make Taras have 25% less damage. I would take his A2 from 0.7 to like 0.4. And I would take his buff multipliers from 15 to 5. It's still strong, but he's way too strong at the moment. He shouldn't be that tanky and have that much power. I would fix Ward of the Fallen so that it phased correctly with Rotus. I'd also fix Swift Parry so that Swift Parry can't proc if Rotus is passive procs unless it kills him. Swift Parry should only proc if you're actually going to die, not if you actually remove 50% of your HP, which is dumb, right? So it's technically a pseudo buff, but at the same time a bug fix. I'd fix that. That would help tremendously. So once you do those basic fixes, it comes a lot better. I would take Warlord's turn meter away so that he only locks skills out. I would stop it so that Yumiko couldn't reset her own abilities, so that actually she works like Kaimar. You get the turn, but it can't be reset. That's better. That's how it should be. That's how Kaimar is. It's inconsistent that Kaimar can't reset his abilities, that she can reset her abilities. And then, if you have all those, much better. Soul Reap as well. Soul Reap should ignore all shields. It should be based off 100% of the target's HP, not the remaining. so that if you activate Soul Reap, it does 100% of the target's HP. It should not get bypassed by Harima's passive. The idea of Soul Reap is the only thing that stops it is Swift Parry. Anything else shouldn't stop it. That's the counter to Soul Reap, is Swift Parry. Anything else should not stop it. Fix those things, the game's balanced. No, not Kaimar. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, Kaimar doesn't get his reset thing. I don't care about whether he's Void Legendary. I'm basically saying that the consistency is a champion that can have a lockout. Like Warlords, for example, I'm pretty sure. Can Warlords reset it? I don't know. Maybe Warlords can. This should not be resettable. She shouldn't be able to reset this ability. Simple as. I would also add a defense-based damage blessing, or I would make it so that the blessings are dynamic to the priority stat that you have. So if you have more HP than you have defense, then that's the bonus stat you get. If you have more attack than you have the rest, that's the bonus stat you get. So it's dynamic, right? So I can basically pick, if I want to, Phantom Touch, and I'll get bonus damage whether it's attack, defense, or HP. Because that's how it should work. Obviously, HP scaling needs to be adjusted, but that's how it should work. So it makes it an 8-turn unbucked. No. So it makes it a 5-turn bucked, right? So what I'm saying is it should be 5 turns and it can't be reset. It's powerful enough. It shouldn't be resettable by Kaimar. No. It's still fun to get them. What I'm saying, Templar, you get Yumiko, she's still bonkers because you have the best ability in the game with A2, in my opinion. This is one of the best abilities in the game because it basically makes every content easy. You still get one of the strongest lockouts and reset abilities in the game. All I'm saying is, to make it a little bit more counterable, to give you strategic diversity, you shouldn't have to constantly face this resetting, right? You shouldn't be in a situation where you get reset by Yumiko, then Kaimar resets Yumiko, and you get reset by Yumiko again, and then Kaimar gets reset. Do you see what I mean? It's... No, I'm saying nerf Cadaver so that Infinity Comps can still 1-key, it just doesn't do 4 billion damage. I'm not saying nuke the Infinity Clan Boss comp, I'm saying it doesn't need to do 4 billion damage to achieve its goal. So if you cap Cadaver's A1 so it can still do about 150 million in Clan Boss in a good build, but it doesn't do 50 billion, that way then you fix the Hydra Clash and not taking away people's Infinity Comps. Now I understand that some people will want to have run Infinity Comp to help their clans out, but that's the reality of balance. Sometimes you just have to take a loss, right? Sometimes you just have to rebalance something. No, I'm talking about Yumiko in general. I think Yumiko in general, you shouldn't be able to reset this ability. This ability should be locked, right? You can't reset Renegades. So if you can't reset Renegades, you shouldn't be able to reset hers. Because in my opinion, the game is more fun if I can introduce more champions that I did pull than the champions that only the few champions that I haven't pulled, right? So for me, it's more fun when I pull someone like Danag, right? I pulled Danag recently. Where is he? And I'm looking at it going, ooh, he does something interesting here where he actually can place decreased accuracy without requiring accuracy on High Elf and Dark Elf. So I'm looking at it going, okay, well, I could potentially counter Mithrala passive with this. And then I realized it doesn't really matter because he doesn't do enough damage. He's a bot and the other champions are just too strong. That to me is less fun because it means the one champion that I did pull now is useless. Now, I understand that you want your meta champions in there. I'm not against that. I just think that the gap between the meta and the rest of the champions is now a chasm. It's not close. To the extent that there is no value in me building anything to do with Danag. He just won't work. Right? I can literally look at a champion when it comes out and I can tell you instantly this is going to be a useless champion. You know, and I'll get loads of arguments about, oh, you're being too endgame, you're too being too this. And 9 times out of 10, I turn out to be right. When Jetney came out, everyone's like, oh, well, maybe it does a lot of damage. I was like, I'm telling you now, it will not do enough damage to be relevant. It's a Golden War Maiden. And what happened? It's a Golden War Maiden. You know? So... Exactly, Shaq. Yeah, I also think that So a good counter to Taras. So another way to look at it with Taras, okay? If you didn't want to nerf his damage, then make it so that this passive, which one is it? This one is a counter, right? Make it so that you can keep hitting him, and by hitting him, he is also reducing his damage output because you're destroying his max HP. Then you have a counter to HP-based champions, which is max HP destruction. It's a function of counter. Strategic gameplay. If you can reduce Taras's max HP, that reduces his damage, then that's a fair counter to him. Then players have to adapt to solve that problem. So Marichka is a counter to the counter then, and then you start getting this strategic diversity. Whereas at the moment, you literally just slot him in, he's won the game. There's no strategy in it. You literally put Taras in, make sure Taras gets a turn, and he wins the game for you. That's less fun. So I've got Danag and help to clear Orcs faction once, but yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he's a bad champion, Uko. Right? I'm not saying that Danag, pulling Danag is useless, but you could easily go, well, you get Val for free, he'll help you clear faction wars, right? Zargala can one-shot things in faction wars, you get a Seer, and like faction wars is such old content now. It's kind of like if you were to just build a champion, then justify that champion by, well, it can clear faction wars. It's like, it's very difficult in the current game. If they were to add more stages to faction wars and it got harder, then it would be different, absolutely. How many champions destroy max HP? Well, you wouldn't have champions. You could use the Bless in Life Harvest. You could use... there are a couple of champions like Vlad in E3. There are some good champions that destroy max HP, right, Vlad? There are options. What I'm saying is you could use that as a function of countering him, but you can't because his damage is based off the HP that he starts with the battle, so destroy HP does nothing. So... See, people say Necret needs or Necret's overpowered. I actually think Necret is very counterable. Right? You've got two options with Necret. Either you kill him, or you take away the buffs from the enemy and stun lock them out. He's actually quite counterable. Right? Jorgid counters Necret because he can cut through his protection buffs. Necret is not as strong as people think. Yeah, ignore shields, right? Romantu, yeah, there's plenty of champions out there now that can actually deal with Necret. Supreme Elhain, great option for dealing with Necret, right? Because it cuts through the ally protection and you get an extra turn. I actually have been thinking about building up my Supreme Elhain potentially. So... you'd be surprised how quick Life Harvest gets going though, Vlad. I'm not saying it's viable in the current available champions. What I'm saying is, if you could do it, being able to take even 20% of his max HP is a 20% damage reduction, right? Just like decreased attack is a counter to attack-based champions, and just like decreased defense is a counter to defense-based champions, decreased max HP should be a counter, and is a counter to all other max HP damage dealers, except for Taras. Because for some reason, Taras has to be special. That's what I'm saying. Every other HP-based champion you want to deal damage with, if you destroy their maximum HP, you destroy the damage. It's a counter. And the solution to that counter is someone like a Kimmy that cleanses it. Not Kimmy, Marichka. Or Miracle Heal if it actually worked properly, you know? There isn't, but there is actually a buff in the game, QWERTY. They've actually had, in the back-end code, viability for an increased HP. So they must have talked about it at some point. But the problem with increased HP is they kind of scale damage based on what they expect to happen. So because they know increased attack exists, they'll put the increased attack multipliers with the assumption that you'll run increased attack. Otherwise, it would be too strong. So they'd have to basically, if they introduced increased HP, because of the way that HP is a bigger stat, like the volume of the stat is bigger, the number is bigger, any sort of 10% increase HP is a big jump compared to 60% increase attack. You know, it could do a lot more damage. So you have to be a little bit more... You'd have to maybe rebalance all the multipliers to fit around that buff. So, yeah, Rotus has an increased HP. Any block passive champ takes out Taras. Just Sox having to use when it pops up. Well, there's like 2 champions in the entire game that has block passive skills. Isn't there? Rotus, Ramantu, and Ronda. I don't believe there's any other champion in the game that has block passive skills. You can spread block passive skills, but there's no other champion, I believe, that can place it, unless there's a third one that I'm forgetting. So, you know, it's like, yes, block passive skills works. If you can place it beyond polymorph, and you actually have enough accuracy to land it. So, yeah, and Ronda you can't obtain anymore, right? Ronda's unobtainable if you didn't get her originally. So, one champion you can't get, and the other champion is locked behind extremely complicated and long-winded missions if you haven't done it yet. So, technically Valkynon, yes. But Valkynon takes a very long time, right? Technically, Valkynon... Where is he? What faction is he? Undead, isn't he? There he is. Technically, Valkynon can, with his incredibly long, you know, passive nonsense here. Technically could. But it's unlikely, right? Yeah, you can't summon Ronda. So... it seems to be, if they do a promotional login champion that's based on a real person, you can never get them again. Which is why when you go into Empower Champions, you'll see that Ronda is empowered by Cillian. Saoirse is empowered by Ruach, because you can only get one of them. Quintus is empowered by Baron, because you only get one of them. So it basically means that you can never get Ronda if you haven't got it. You can't get her from shards. No. She's unavailable, see? The following champions cannot be summoned from any shard. Sun Wukong at the moment... Once Sun Wukong's promotional period, the login champion period, ends, he will become a summonable shard, because if you look now, Artak is not in this list anymore when he was. You can't get Ronda, Saoirse, Quintus. You can't get any of the Doom Tower champions. You can't get Ramantu. You can't get Lydia. So you can't get the Doom Tower champions, Lydia, Mithrala, Quintus, Saoirse, the referral champions in Jamasa and Cronum, and then you can't get Alexander, you cannot get Ronda, and you can't get Ninja. So the champions that are based off real people, you can't get in the game. Doom Tower champions you can't get in the game, and the free reward champions you get from game activities like Live Arena, Hydra, you can't get in the game, which is why they have other champions that empower them. Which is why ninja is a dangerous word to use, right? Because if you use the word ninja in any video, people say, what's the point? We can't get ninja. Even if you tell them, like, for the champions that ninja can be substituted with, it's still the same thing. Yeah, Saito's made off a content creator, though, SC. So not the same thing. What I mean by a famous person, I mean, like, someone who's considered a, quote, celebrity, right? Yeah, I don't really understand the Sacred Shard rule. It's like... Your login champions you can't get from Sacred Shards. Well, that's alright. I probably don't get half my legendaries from Sacred Shards anyway. Most of my shards come from Ancient Shards, so... Yeah, exactly, Wenzel. You know it. Mention the word. Right, so, I've been ranting a bit. I want to actually change topic a little bit. And I want to go and talk about... Clan Boss. And I want to talk about RICHTOFF the Bold. This is a community challenge that I've put off because I've been distracted by thousands of events and coding and everything. But we're finally going to do it now. So we want to build, based on the community voting. I was going to do a poll in Discord and stuff, but I feel like the community poll did good enough. It was like a pretty big majority in the community poll. It was like 26% or 36% win. So we are going to build a Clan Boss team that can maximize the value of RICHTOFF the Bold. Now, some people might think RICHTOFF the Bold is a bit lame. I actually think he's underrated for damage. If you can set him up correctly, his damage output is really good. So we know, like, some ways you can use RICHTOFF the Bold if you don't know, is you can actually solo Dragon 20 with him, and 25 a little bit. He requires quite a hefty build for 25, because you can basically place poisons constantly and put him in a regen solo build, and he can actually solo Dragon 25 for food. But what I really want to look at in Clan Boss is this ability, right? So let's just go through his kit here. He's got an AoE A1 that destroys maximum HP. Funny we were talking about destroying maximum HP and we've just found one, right? Doesn't really hit hard for destroying enough, but it does destroy max HP. Then we have a triple hit A2. Each hit places a 5% poison on all enemies for 2 turns. So we basically get 3 poisons. And then we have this A3. This is the interesting ability. No, he's not new. RICHTOFF's been around forever. Attacks one enemy. Critical damage increases by 20% for each poison debuff on the target. Stacks up to 100%. So you need 5, right? So the goal for any team is we're going to want to somehow figure out a way to get lots of poisons up. Now, in an ideal world, we would run something like a reflex build here so that you wouldn't have to do this ever again. So I'm thinking of building a team here where it's like some sort of debuff extender. So we always have the poisons up. So that either means Vizier, or maybe we can run someone like a Shemnath, right? Because Shemnath has the ability to extend on the A2. I don't have a Corvus, unfortunately. And I don't have a bad Alcazar. So we have to think a little bit, like, clever. Now, I want to run a 2-1. And I'm probably thinking we want an unkillable 2-1 somehow. So that's what we got to look at here. So yeah, so that's kind of the model we want to look at here. So I'm just thinking now in the back of my head what we need to make this work. Like, we could run a traditional team. The only problem is this is all attack based, so I want him to be like squishy so I can maximize it. So actually it makes it a little bit more complicated because in order for us to support a debuff extender, that takes off 2 slots, right? And he doesn't really bring any primary debuffs himself. So we need someone that's going to bring us decreased defense and weaken. Someone who's going to bring us the unkillable setup. So that probably is going to force us into a Seeker Demytha style comp. And then someone who's going to be able to give us decreased defense. So it's kind of like, where do we go with it? We've got options because we've got man-eaters and towers and everything. We've got every champion we could possibly want. It's just trying to figure out what the best composition is. Yeah, we could obviously have we could just go and ignore the extender and just try and have it so that we have enough toxic sets. I don't have a Dracomorph. Thalessia is interesting. We could do. So fundamentally, the first thing we need to do is figure out an unkillable. I'm trying to avoid Myth Air, right? I'm trying to avoid Myth Air because I don't want to build the same team over and over again. I do want to build it unkillable because I want to like really maximize this damage. If I was to go traditional, I wouldn't be able to like stack him to be like, he'll die otherwise if we don't go like unkillable. So I am tempted to go like a man-eater style team where what was actually, tell you what someone built. Let me get this. Actually, it's could be really good. What did someone send me? I don't know if I can make this work. This could be quite cool. I don't remember who sent this to me. Someone sent me this tune. It was basically a variant of the work we were doing. It's very cool. And we were using Ruella instead, right? This team was basically using Ruella in the Painkeeper team we were doing. Obviously, the team that we had before had Seeker. So we lose increased attack here, but we would get primary debuffs. Now, the only downside is I don't know if we can actually fit it in because we'd have to lose the Cardiel, and he can't replace Cardiel because we need block debuffs. Unless we put Elva here. And then put a 1-turn delay. Let me just check what was going on here. Mashalad. Maybe Elva needs to go in this spot. And then if we put Richtoff here. The only downside is we just don't have like increased attack, do we? That 1 turn. I just remember how to set this up. One of these is going to work. maybe. Yeah, so I'm trying to substitute the speed buff out so that it goes on someone else. I thought if I put Elva in this spot down here, it wouldn't work. It's not working, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll show the initial tune here. You can see what ends up happening with this team is Mashaled gets double boost. So you can put him in the slower bit. I don't know whether it just straight up subs in my team. Right, obviously RICHTOFF could go in here with a bit more speed. Whatever the speed was, I forget what it was. I think it was like 190 something. I think we just like boost. I think she had to go up to 322. And then he had to go up a little bit more. There we go. So obviously we can put him straight in this team, but we won't have any debuffs, right? So what we need to do is put in Ruella. And it's still pretty awful because we wouldn't have increased attack. I don't know how fast or slow she'd need to be. I think a lot faster than this somehow. Now, Ruella would obviously give us decreased defense and weaken, but it doesn't give us increased attack. So it's kind of like, where do we get the increased attack from? I think these are going to have to go faster, aren't they? Well, the thing is, she's got turn meter boost. Right, so that's what we have to kind of figure out. Where do we stick the turn meter boost? And we could, if we wanted to, find an attack buff instead of Elva and just deal with the immunity issues. That's way too fast. Where was the other tune? 37281 216 167. No, that's not the right one. Where was it? There was a setup with another champion. This could be cool if we could adapt this, right? 299, 271, 18. That was with Fushan speeds. 318. That's Fushan still. That's still Fushan. It's tricky. I think RICHTOFF needs to come up faster, maybe. Now, if we look in the original build here, she was at 171 in the green spot, right? So 171. We had a 1 delay on this, no delay on that. And then we had our increased speed at 212, which obviously we don't want to do. We want to have it a bit faster here. And then the DPS was much slower. It's all about finding the break point. Once we find the break point, we'll be able to adapt it. If we can make Ruella work as a base, it means the DPS spot is much more flexible. Sure, we lose increased attack, but maybe we can find an alternative route for that. It's only a one-time key this, so it's not really a problem if it's spirit. It's always tricky when you're testing this because you're trying to find the breakpoint. And the breakpoint can be sensitive. Clan boss funds. Well, we can use toxic sets. See, it does fall into tune here. Okay, that's good. Pinkeeper needs to go faster. Okay. Well, we're close. Can I confirm that the Hydra Clash rewards will go to inbox? I think so. Let's try boosting her a little bit. It's on Soundstripe, the playlist. The thing you got to mess with Ruella is that it can also be priorities that cause the problem. So sometimes if you just have like a one-turn delay, it can change it. If you have a one-turn delay down here, it can change it. If you make it so that she prioritizes the A4 instead of the A2, put a one-turn delay, that can change it. Trying to find the breakpoints. You say that. The frustration here is I didn't want to spend all night messing around with the calculator. I'm sure the team exists here. We just got to find the balance. Could be she needs to go slower and RICHTOFF needs to go faster. Let's go on Void a second. It's clear off topic, but did you get a chance to check out the Blue Moon? I didn't. I saw it all over the news. I had no idea what it was on about. Like, it's clearly working here because Mashlet is providing the bonus, right? So we can't just substitute Elva, because that would be the ideal situation, right? If we can just substitute the Elva for this. And it's because it's getting reset. Which is awkward. See, it's placing it here, where really it needs to be placing it there. So is it just because she's a bit too fast? Okay. And then he places it again, which she doesn't do. It's frustrating. I feel like she has to go in the faster position. Because she's not going to be getting double extra turns, which is what Martial Ed gets. So I feel like she needs to be, what is it? So it's 2-1-2. I don't think she can go there. Because this needs to go like there. Force the A2. Just doesn't work. If it could work, it would be really good, right? If we could basically get Ruella into this comp. I just don't think Elva's going to work here either. If we had like RICHTOFF here. Does this need to be got to 322? Does it all fall into 2 no matter how fast I go? I want to try to sort something out similar to this with Painkeeper and Emic and pulling my hair out. Yeah, it's difficult with Emic because of his A2. Trying to get it into the right position is tricky. If you can get it right, it's great. It works really nicely, right? But trying to get it into this ratio... It doesn't help that we got turn meter boost here, right? That's not helping at all. But we kind of want that turn meter boost. Yeah, we might have to. We might have to. It's a shame. I was thinking it could be quite cool. Because we do want unkillable. I mean, we can make a... We can do just a simple Warman Bat. And then probably utilize like... We could use just like a standard block damage comp. I don't want to use like a Demitha comp. I'm trying to be like a little bit more diverse. I want to be a bit more challenging. Like, we know we definitely want a RICHTOFF. We know we definitely want Toxic or some sort of debuff extension. It's just a shame that we can't fit it in. Because obviously what we could do is we could just sub out Cardiel here for like RICHTOFF. It should work. See? We wouldn't have any sort of stun immunity on Painkeeper, on Emic, which is a problem. Because we wouldn't have any block debuffs. But this would work. It's like... Is it possible to do it with an extender? No, because we need the ability reset to apply the unkillable. Painkeeper is what allows Emic to run on a 3-1 unkillable. Without it doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, it won't work on Spirit. I'm not really interested in trying to make a Spirit-friendly one. I'm trying to do a challenge, right? It's a challenge team. It's a one-time team I'm building. I'm not actually thinking of building it for long-term. But this also has problems in the sense that there's no increased attack. There's no immunity for stun. We do need immunity for stun. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So, it's just how can we maximize Ruella here? Can use Alva. I mean, I don't know if Ares can just slot in. I don't think Ares can just slot in. That's the problem. This speed here, Ares just can't slot in. That's what I've been trying to work out. Can we just put in a speed buff here? But it doesn't seem to work no matter what speed we put. Alva will be better. No matter what speed we put here, it doesn't seem to actually work. Because obviously the Martial Ed is getting a double reset. So it doesn't really matter what you put here. It's never going to fall into speed tune because of this, right? So then we'd have to basically, like, it would probably be like 302. And then this needs to drop down until it falls into speed tune. It's not going to. By the looks of it, it's not going to. Yes and no. Ruella gives us crit rate buff, which is desirable. Could go Ruella, could go Thane. Will give us poisons as well. I'm pretty sure 322 is the break point for Alva. But it's making the Termia boost, so... There was no response cap. They haven't responded to me. They probably won't. Ooh, hello. Okay, progress. Right, so it kind of falls into tune here. So why is it not in tune here? Because Emic is not fast enough. How much slower is he? He's quite close. Okay. Well, it works for 2. It stays in for 2 and then it falls out. It's painful. Why would that be the case? Because Alpha's not fast enough, is it? Getting closer. What? We found it. Wow. Never doubt me, people. It doesn't work on Spirit, but... Works on Void. Works on Void. We have no stun target cover, though. So all we need to do now is figure out how we can get our dear friend... Elva to put us into affinity friendly, because the problem is Elva is doing a speed boost here. We need her to do it down further. So we just need to, like, the problem is we haven't got block damage for, block debuffs for the stun. And because she's not going before him, it won't work at the moment, but it's closer. So let's just share this so we get a save. It's getting closer. Can we move it in any way? So we move that A2 at all. Challenge. Or is it stuck? No, it's the stun target that's more important for him right now. The problem is the A2's in the wrong place. It's just the A2's in the wrong place. I need the A2 to be down here. Because when you look at the speed tunes that actually work, like this one, You can see that she's doing the A2 here, and she does it there and there, so she's getting reset the right order. But she's not here. She's actually not getting a reset, I think, at the right place. Because Painkeeper's going A1, A1, A3. Painkeeper here's going A3, A1, A1 instead. If I try to flip it, that gets us closer. But then Painkeeper needs to go up in speed if I do that. Which means that Emic probably needs to go up in speed. Got close. Like, this is the right setup here, see? We got the setup we want. RICHTOFF is a little bit too fast. That's better. And then if we build Emic speed up a bit. So, see, it falls into two. This is the setup here, but it's not sustaining it for some reason. So we get it in the right setup. We don't sustain it. See, this is the right setup. It's not sustained. Which is frustrating. Now you just got to figure out how to... We just need to figure out how we get that and extend it. So... Just refresh the website. SGT, you probably ascended a champion, it caused a few issues. Yeah, you start crazy and you work your way backwards, don't worry. We always do this. But I don't know how I can get it to work all the time. Sometimes as well, it can be a case of someone is too fast. Or not fast enough. Oi, there we go. There we go. We found it. Somehow. Somehow we found it. Okay. Now what we need to do is put this. Ah, damnations. Now we just need to move MX unkillable. Because he's not putting it in the right place. And then once we do that, it should be good. All we need now is Emic to do his A3 at the end of the turn. And then we're in a good position. But he wants to do it at the start of the turn because he's annoying. As always, for some reason. Which is really frustrating, if I don't say so myself. Oh. He moves it to the second turn here with a 1-1. It's the base, is it? It's really annoying. So close. We are so close to getting this right. Just trying to find the... Yeah, it's not about manual, it's about actually getting it in the right order. Right now he's doing his A3 at the start of the turn. because of the way it's resetting. So we probably just need to find a better... I mean, the breakpoints are great. We get close. I think the second turn works. No, because he's putting the A3 at the start. He needs to do the A3 at the end. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So because of that, we have an issue where basically it doesn't fall into line. So I'm just trying some different delays now, see if we can get any sort of delay pattern in with a combination. Don't think it is. I think it's going to have to go back up in speed. See, because he's doing A3 at the top. So close. Like you know when you get this close to a tune, you're like it's really close, and we're somewhat there, but we're not quite. Why doesn't it work? Because Elva takes an extra turn, so Elva loses unkillable. So if we actually like get it delayed, so that's like there, and we basically lift up this to 1, drop that down to 2, like that, you'll see Elva loses unkillable every time. So Elva dies. That's why it has to be at the end, or Elva has to go before Elva. And I think if he goes at 3-2-3, it's going to fail, see? If he's going faster than Elva, it ain't going to work. Because he would have to go 3-2-4. And it's all going to fall apart. So we probably need to put this back down to 302. 301. It's very close. Very close. Very close. Ugh. I can't get him into the position I need with the unkillable. Can Elva run not 3-2-2 and Emic and 3-4-2? Probably not. It's too fast. I can't go that fast with him. We might have to just go to a more like less exotic team. What if we put you down to 191 and put you up to 225? How would that work? And then if we put you as a 1 turn, 2 turn, take the delay away. Nope. Emic needs it for his passive only. His passive requires accuracy. It's probably the turn meter boosting from Ruella is causing the problem. Like, we get close. We just need... We just need, like, the Emic skill moved around. Which is the challenge, really. Which is a real shame because we got really close to this breakpoint here. Just can't quite beat that. I don't think that's going to work either because look, we lose the turn meter boost and then we'd have to lift the speeds up. I don't think it actually solves any problems. I think it just makes them more worse. Yeah, it's frustrating. We're close, but because we can't move the unkillable, which is bizarre, really. I don't really understand why, because we should just be able to get. Let's have a look. What causes it not to work, right? So if we push this to here and we push that, that pushes it to middle. I'm not really sure why it doesn't want to do what I want it to do. It's really frustrating when it does this. Because really the only thing that should be stopping that from working is if I was to... I make A3 2 turns and A2 1 turn. Yeah, it doesn't really work, solve the problem. See, it's just the same problem again. Like that gets us to the middle, but that's not enough because we are losing the unkillable Emmett on Elva. So it's kind of like it's saying that it needs to have the A2 down here for it to work. I think that's the problem. Is it's requiring the A2 in an awkward position. And because of that, we're not getting the unkillable where we want it, which is creating problems for us. No, because it doesn't matter where we manual to if we haven't got the skills in the right order. Effectively, the speed tune needs to have the skills in the right order. It doesn't matter where you manual to be honest. Like, that's what I was looking for. Can I actually set it up in a way that would make it work? And it doesn't look like I can. Like, obviously that has to be low priority. You know, I can obviously delay it by 1 turn here. So I put it in the middle, but that doesn't cover us here. Because basically it's requiring the A2 to happen at this point. So that Painkeeper's A3 happens at this point. So if I delay the A3 and delay this again here, it's still doing the same thing. Now that's moved it to there, so that doesn't require that. So now if I can put a... 2-turn. So maybe I can do it like this. Hang on. Basically, if I can delay it, so I can force it into a situation, then maybe it will work. It definitely has to be that. So basically, if we were to set up a delay here to force the A2 off there, that's great. Then if I set up a delay here to force it so that the A3 moves. But you see what the problem is, right? The problem is either it wants the A2 in the middle or the A1 down here. Now, in real terms, I should be able to move the A3. But I can't. Because no matter what I do, is it's not going to go on auto. Because of the way that the resets are falling in line. Because Painkeeper's resetting on the top here, that is the issue. Now, if we can make it so that Painkeeper doesn't open with a reset, we've got a chance. But if Painkeeper always wants to open with a reset, we don't have a chance. And that's what this team seems to be requiring, is that Painkeeper opens with an A3. Look, I do that. Where was it? Like, this works because Painkeeper has to open with an A3. So it's kind of like the only way we can get this to work is if we don't have Painkeeper opening with an A3. Which in itself is awkward. See, this is the setup at the moment, is Painkeeper opens with the A3, which means that Emic is opening with the A2 here. Now we can move the A2 around, but we can't get it to put the A3 at the bottom there, because no matter what happens, the A3 is always going to be available at the wrong period of time because Painkeeper is doing the A3 too soon. Right? Ideally, we need that setup. This is the setup we need, but we can't seem to sustain this setup for some reason. Because it always wants to go back to this A3. It's really kind of frustrating. So it's probably the speed setup we've got here. We're going to have to change some speeds around to make this work. Someone's going to have to change speeds. No, Emic and Elva won't swap. We need them the way they are. All it is really is we need to get Painkeeper to be in the right situation. Right now, Painkeeper is not behaving. Let's put that as like a 100 delay for the time being. Right, the problem is Painkeeper wants to do the A3 at the start of a turn. We needed to do it at the another one. No, I don't think it'll be the turn meter boost. If anything, the turn meter boost is going to be required. It'll be the way that the speed is set up in connection with another champion, right? It'll be the ratio of speed being placed at the wrong place at the wrong time. Let's put him back to 225. So put her up to 212. 110 delay there. Like, we're close. We are absolutely close. I don't feel like I'm far away. It's just this trickery of trying to get Painkeeper in the right relationship with the rest of the team. Right, she's going to have to be 3-2, I think. Ah, Painkeeper, you pain in the backside. Yeah, it's just where Painkeeper's put in her A3 at the moment. If we can change it so that Painkeeper puts it in a better position, then we are in a better situation. It could even be that we need to run like a different speed Ruella as well. Do you know what? You get so invested in these things. I'm like, I just want to beat. I just want to find the speed tune now. I'm so invested in trying to figure it out. And you kind of like you know what the problem is. You just need to find the break points that are going to put the problem to bed. I don't really want to run multiple ones. That's way too fast. I shouldn't have to run that. So I'm pretty sure if we run... I'm pretty sure if we just run 191... 225, turn delay off, put this back up to 304, and then enable this on a, what's a A2? It is a 4-turn cooldown. I'm pretty sure this will fail because you haven't got enough turn meter, see? You actually need that turn meter to help her speed. Otherwise, she can't actually get in tune. Ah, so frustrating. It's so frustrating. You found the speeds. What's the speed, Zephyr? Put it back to what it was. Save the link. It's as close as we've got. It's I need 4-turn CD turn meter boosters. No. Probably some. Yeah, I think is Frostbringer? Can you use White Dragon instead of Painkeeper? She's not likely to use the AI properly. Emic 328 Alva, so you're putting him 328, 326. Have you got a delay in here somewhere? Oh, there you go, delay. Okay, well, that's progress. We can work with this. Yeah, now we just got to get that into the right position. So you fix one problem, right? And you create another one. It's fun. I enjoy this. I'm not worried about extreme speeds because there's always ways to adapt the speeds afterwards. It's just trying to find the breakpoints. Once you find the relationship between champions, it becomes much easier, right? Because once you know the relationship between the champion speeds and the needs and the requirements, then you can actually build and optimize the speeds down. But until you know the relationship between the speeds, it's very difficult to do this. You know, because you can run 206 here. What did I have it at? 206. 1 turn delay. But we don't have the block debuffs for the Emic. Yeah, so basically this works then as an unkillable, and we could probably like adjust the speeds down a bit. See, there's... Ooh. It's like 3 to 6, probably because this is a relationship with this. See, we can get the speeds down. Probably not lower than that because... It's probably the base there. Wait, we got this 1 turn delay. How have I broken this down? What did I do? Why does this not work now when I had it working? Did I slow him down? I need to speed him up. Wait, I had it slower here. I did 3 to 6, 3 to 5, 3 to 3. I had this speed. I've lost it again now. It's the fun part with Clan Boss, but also the most frustrating part because you're like, I'm so close to it. Delay Elva. No, it's not working. I've done something. Put it back to 225. There we go. There you go. 222. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't work because we haven't got the block debuffs in the right place. I'm not worried about the spirit. It's the debuff. It's the stun because we don't cleanse it at all. Can't get rid of it. Because again, the same problem exists here. Ruella's going... Pink keeps doing his A3 at the start of the turn. Not the end of the turn. See, we can push it like that. We can set the delay up like this, and we kind of cover the block debuffs, but we don't cover the unkillable now. So we recreate the old problem we had, which was we can't move the unkillable to the bottom because she wants to do a ping keeper A3 at the start. I think I'm going to have to leave this for another time because I can't get it in the place that I want. I do think this is the right team for RICHTOFF to try in, though. Just never wants to do the 8 in the right place. Okay, let's try another idea then. What if we basically try do a stun here, put 1,000 units on here. What if we delay the Painkeeper by a bit? Okay, let's see if we can do this. Does it? We just gotta move the ping keepers. I don't think it's possible. The ping keeper just wants to do the A3 at the start of the turn in this layout of speeds, which is not conducive to a good setup. If I have a 239 speed Valk in 3 speeds or a 239 in 0 speeds, does one have a faster effective speed than the other? It can matter depending on the base speed and the aura, yes. Can I check Discord for a second? It might do, yeah. What am I doing wrong here? 351, 350.3. That covers it. Does it cover every single turn? Reggie might have got something here. We get unkillable every single turn. We get block debuffs every other stun turn, so that's good. It also makes it spirit friendly. So can we drop the speeds at all? Let's find out. Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's base already. That's a very fast Elva. No, that's... Sometimes, if you delay it by a few, you can drop the speeds. But I think... we're kind of locked in here, aren't we? So that could work. It's very fast though, isn't it? It's very fast. 208. Not in this speed, it won't. I mean, I could, but it's awkward, isn't it? It's fast. It is fast. I mean, I can do it. I'm just... I'm trying to think if it's even worth it doing. I'm just trying to think if it's worth doing. I'll consider it tomorrow. If not, we'll build a separate one. What I want to do quickly, though, before we go. Someone's asked me to do this. I think it is about time I did it. Let's close this. We need to do a test. Is Fury better than Reflex? Okay. That's the test we want to do right now. Is Fury better? So reset settings, damage a 3. Configure, boom, 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 boom. Battle. Clan boss. Ultra Nightmare. 20%. Decrease defense, weaken, increase attack. Stats, what does he need to be? 167. We want to go Reflex. I'm curious to see what is better, Reflex or Fury. That's the goal here. Glyphs. 4, 5, 20, 10, that's fine. Check my Discord. No, it won't work. Alva loses unkillable. You lose unkillable every single turn. Why is Knut not locked? So pretty much in a like-for-like build, right? So we lose 889 attack, but we gain 20% crit damage. So it's basically like-for-like if we exclude the Fury bonus damage. Okay? We're going to try this build. We're going to try this build. Now, I've got screenshots of the previous runs. He does around about 90 to 95 million. So that's the damage comparison we're looking at here. Try on. Reflex. Try on. Let's just take this to 16. Where does it roll? Accuracy is fine. I don't think that changes anything, to be honest. Right, now we need equipped. So we want to take Armiger's helmet. This one. Try on. We want to take this dude's that. We want to take that. My reflex gear is not as good. About right. 155, 105%, 323%, 7,000 attacks. We're going to lose like 1,000 attack. But for science, we're going to test it. Now, obviously, I can glyph a little bit. What do we got going on here? Like 190, so we do need to glyph a bit of accuracy. We're a bit low right now. So glyph 5%. It's good enough. Bit of accuracy. That's fine. This should give us 246 when we go into the fight. Obviously, we got accuracy from the area bonuses, so we don't need to glyph too much. Speed is fine at 5. It's fine. That's fine. No bonuses to have there. I mean, why not? Bech. Achavi. So, we're going into battle with 7.2k attack, 341% crit damage. Same mastery setup, all the same thing. Now, I would technically change the mastery setup a little bit if I was doing this. I'm not going to because I'm not going to burn 150 gems for this test. The only reason why I would change it is I would look for Cycle of Magic to try and index further into refreshing. And I would also be looking at, you know, trying to get more refresh accessories. If we could. Like, it's very hard to replace what I've got here because it's so strong. The only way it would get in better is if we had, in like, a reflex. Like, something like this. Like, this would have to be crit damage. I mean, we'd lose 45 attack, but we'd gain refresh. I feel like it's a good idea, right? I know, wait for CBC, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't really matter. I feel like it's a good trade. It's really bad. Oh, you papa. Okay. I don't really think we got better rings or, like, there's no way I have a better attack amulet. Well, we don't even have a refresh in attack. Ring, we have a really bad ring, but I mean, we're not going to sacrifice that much attack. So all I would do is just quickly live refresh. I'm going to just quickly rescan it in case having the amulet has made a difference. We might actually end up with, yeah, see, it's a slightly different build because it's doing this stupid thing where it hasn't actually swapped the gear. Let's see if it works now. Oh, sorry. Oh. We need to get to the bottom of this bug. It's really frustrating. Have to restart the game just to basically get it to refresh accessories properly. Right, so now if I go to champions, Gintoro, optimize there, that should basically switch it around properly. Yeah, so basically that's now the best build. Okay, fine. So, yes, artifact enhancement, thank you, whatever. Right, so clan boss. Let's just make sure it all still works. 167 speed, 105% crit damage, 341. Obviously, if we were optimizing, we would drop the crit rate mastery, go for attack, because we wouldn't need it in this build. 7.1k attack. We'll get a bit more from the area bonuses. Don't think we actually got enough for an upgrade, did we? Did we earn enough from an upgrade here? I don't think we did. No, so we don't need anything here. Yes, end of summer pack. So let's take it in and see what it does. So I'll show while we're running it, I'll show the result. It is in spirit, which is better for him. Full auto. While that's running, let me see if I can find so where was it? Trying to find a screenshot. Right, what was I trying to find? Oh yeah, screenshot. That's it. Clan boss. Okay, so open link. So while that's running, this is the best result I've done so far. 97.5 million. This was on, I think, Magic. Can't remember exactly. This is the best run that I've had so far. So, poll being... Will Fury beat... Or will Reflex beat Fury? Oh, no. I need to restart. We need to restart. Sorry, need to restart. Made a mistake. I should have turned off A2. Made a mistake. Because we don't want Reflex proccing on A2. So unlike normal runs, we're not going to be able to use A2. We're going to turn off A2. And we're just going to open. We can open with that, but we just don't use it. Right, let's try again. So that's the best run we've done so far. It is basically 97.5 million. So yeah, we'll have to see. The Mythic Speed gear from PR CVC don't roll out, but I got a God tier helm from crit damage. Nice, congrats. I didn't win any because we got beaten in CVC. That sucks. Really does. So we know the Fury was doing somewhere in the region of like 750k times 5. So really it just depends on how good our reflex procs are, because one reflex proc will be another A3, right? So if we keep getting A3s, then it will be big. The challenge is, can we keep getting A3s? Right? That's what we want to happen, is A3 over and over and over again. There's the first A3 there. So obviously we turned off A2 because we want the reflex procs to happen on A3. Whereas in Fury, the A2 can remain. Now the downside is, to some extent, that the Fury would increase the A2 damage. Whereas A1 here is not as good as A2. So we do lose a bit of damage. We get A3. We've got a reflex there. It's actually hard to tell if it's refresh or reflex anymore because I've used the same icon. But we should have a back-to-back A3 here. Doesn't seem to be working as much as I thought. We'll find out. My gut tells me it won't be. My gut tells me that Fury is just such a powerful multiplier that it's not even going to come close. It's all about RNG. The more reflexes you get, the better, right? So there's another A3. One A3 is a lot of damage, but we need to have cut, like, probably by the end of the run, we've need to have done about 5 more A3 5 hitters than we would have done with Fury in order for it to break even. The only thing with Fury is it takes till turn 13 for Fury to get going, right? So that's the only thing with Fury, is if you're having to wait a lot longer to get it going, you're not really fully getting the full maximum damage till later on in the run. So that's the thing here. If he's able to get more A3s off because of reflex, like you see, and he's basically getting Oni's rage every single turn nearly, that could add up a lot. We didn't get an A3 that time. Now remember, the damage, the build is about the same. If anything, that reflex is slightly stronger here. That makes sense. The actual raw base damage, not the Fury component, but the actual base A3. The reflex build is slightly stronger. It's about 5% more damage. But it's looking a bit sketch at the moment. I mean, what are we up to here? We're at about 3 million per turn. I think the Fury build's around about 3.7, 3.6 million damage per turn. That's about the same. So it really depends on, like, RNG. But it's a good test, right? This is, will it actually be better in Fury or not? Thoughts on the fusion? Not sure if I should go for him or save shards. Free to play 90 days in. If you are not doing clan boss, he might be an option for you. If you are doing clan boss, then you don't need him. Yeah, I mean, we haven't got Emic passive yet. There's another A3. So there's a big, like, it's very bursty. It looks like it's slowing down, and then all of a sudden you'll get an extra 5-hitter, then it'll burst up, right? So that's what it comes down to. If it's doing a lot of those A3s, it's very bursty. That's why I said it's very difficult to track until the end, because all of a sudden it might spike a lot because we've just had a lot of back-to-back A3s. Like, he'll do another A3 here, right? Because he's getting the refresh, the reflex, and he's also getting, like, the reducing cooldown. So the goal is always A3 him. We got an A1 that time, not an A3. You should A3 this time. So basically every single A3 is around about 250,000 less damage at the moment, because obviously Fury's not there. So can't do Ultra Nightmare yet. I mean, it might be an option for you as an ally protector. If you check YST's video, Zachary, where's YST's video? He's done a pretty good job of covering the stuff. Copy link. There you go. If you check that out, Zachary, YST's done a pretty good job at kind of going over how good he is as an early game clan boss and clan boss champion. So you can make a judgment based on what you're seeing there. My name is Paul. Right, so basically half of you think it ain't gonna work. Got it. I think I agree with you. We'll see. Sometimes, Tommy, sometimes it's like that. I have a rough idea of the ratios. It's just then it's a kind of like a playing guessing game to see, like, it's kind of like trial and error. I in my head, I'm like, I know the champions need to be in certain ratios and certain adjustments. Like, I know, like, the rough breakpoints of a 3-1's around about 320 speed. So I roughly know things like that. But it's always a bit of trial and error. I mean, what are we up to here? We're about to crest. I'll check a turn 20, see what the damage per turn is. Is there a slower Iniri ninja for Sand Devil 24 where Iniri has all the books? I don't know about slower. My team that I ran with a fully booked Iniri works. I don't know if it goes any slower, though. Probably if you have Miracle Healer, could. If you have a 5-star, you can run Iniri a lot slower. 5-star Awakened, of course. Okay, so we're at like 63. So we're trending around about 3.15 damage per turn at the moment. So it's a little bit lower, I think. What are the speeds? Sadly, don't have a 5-star. If you check if you look in the channel bowl, it's called 0 Books. I think the video is called. That has the speeds for my team that I used to run. It's not looking good, is it, Moonboon? I mean, it's not bad. As a comparison, it's actually not bad, right? It's not so far behind that it's not, like, competing. It's still 1 key by turn 20. right? So it's still on pace, right? So if we double this right now, it's at 140 million by turn 44. So it's not actually that much difference. The thing we don't know is, are we high rolling or low rolling? No, Lusa, I'm still trying to find the team. I kind of want to try and find an Emic team with Ruella, but I might change it, and I might bulldozer it and go for like a tower comp or something. Find some way to make it unique. What I don't want to do is do another Mythair team with just like RICHTOFF. I don't want to just do another carbon copy. I'm trying to find a more unique team. I might even go the traditional route and just make him as a traditional champion with a bit more damage and see what we can do. We will probably be destroying this clan boss team soon, by the way, because I want to get Emic out and try him in arena. So we'll probably be looking at a different clan boss team soon again. Might go back and rebuild my Mythwatcher team with Jintora and Alika, to be honest. Haven't done that in a while. See what kind of crazy damage we can get Alika doing. Can you post this team with the teams I'd love to swap out my team? Been using the same one for years. Yes. If you let me find it here. Teams. How do I send this to you? Those are the speeds. Do you want to take a screenshot, Templar, or something? I can't really share it with you. I mean, you could probably get my share link, but actually that's probably a better idea, isn't it? There you go. You can find them in there. Is there a few corpse? Isn't there a few corpse clan boss teams? Yeah, we don't talk about those. Alika is actually one of the strongest single target damage champions in the game. All Sylvan Watcher team. I mean, the Myth Watchers is pretty close. What was it? Ruella, Elva. It's pretty close. That was just built around Demitha, unfortunately. Oh, I mean, yeah, if you want the link. Hang on. There you go. Yeah, we did Kessel, and we basically said if it procced good, it would be break even. We did kind of run the numbers. The biggest challenge with running the numbers, Kessel, is when does Fury start becoming relevant? When does the reflex RNG kick in, right? So it's like you can't do it from 0 to 50. You have to kind of like look at the Fury damage and then how much does Fury contribute to the A2. It's actually quite a complicated bit of math because, you know, you getting the Emic passive, that's 20% more damage, would add a lot more. There's lots of different factors that kind of make it awkward. But we basically, I think, calculated that it felt like Fury would be better, but Reflex could break even or beat it if there was a good proc rate, you know? Emic, Demitha with 3 DPS. I don't think that could work, yeah. If you click on the first link I sent you, Templar, you can basically, you can view all my teams. It's my shared account link. You should be able to see it there. Yeah, it was something like that, Moon Boom, wasn't it? We basically said if it rolled good, then it could beat it. And it depended on when Fury would start. I mean, we're at turn 33 now. And we're at what? Like 117 divided by 34. It's trending like 3.44 million damage per turn. Right? So it's not that far away. I'm pretty sure Fury trended like 3.6 million per turn. So it only requires like 1 or 2 extra A5s, A3 5 hitters, and you've beaten it. That's the thing with Jintora. It's like, as I've said to people before in the past with Jintora running him at 3-1, sometimes it's better to sacrifice the damage for 3-1, because actually the damage gain you'd get by having the extra A3 is greater than the loss of having individual A3s. So if you can actually cycle more A3s, then yeah, you can make a lot more damage. So I mean, if we can get him doing 3-1, then it's crazy, right? If we can figure out a way to make the speed team work on 3-1, which, you know, I've tried, right? I have tried. If I just take this away a second, get rid of that second, get rid of this, get rid of that, and get rid of that. If I find my team. Now, if we can get Jintoro here in 3-1, it's really cool. But, you know, I've tried. I don't know how fast you need to be and whether something would need to be in a different ratio. He's probably going to have to breach 250. So, I mean, it's just not falling in, no matter how fast I make him. Which probably means I need to have different setup. Or someone needs to go faster to make it work. I think Turvold wouldn't be able to compete because there's not enough buffs in the team. There's Jintoro going at 3-1 there. So yeah, so if we can make Jintoro go 3-1 here, then it's even crazier, right? Because, as I said, like more A3s on Fury in a 3-1 will just do more damage than a bad build on a 2-1. You know, than a bad build on a 3-1, if that makes sense. But it's like, you know, trying to find the speed breakpoints here is really difficult. Like, we'd have to probably put her up to 322. Maybe lift this Painkeeper up a bit to like 292. But yeah, it's like, I know, like you can see around about 269 it kind of gets close, but it's not sustaining. So it probably means that someone around him needs to go up or down to make it get him into the right speed, like Seeker probably. So it's awkward basically. It could probably be done. And that's close. So we kind of got a 2-1. There we go. Well, it's too fast. Close here. Not listed on the website, on the HH website in the official Discord. Official Hellhades Discord. This is the setup here, right? That's what we need to recreate, but Pingkeeper's not fast enough. So yeah, if someone wants to figure it out and let me know, I'll happily do it. My brain's exploding, really. I don't really know if I've got the mental capacity to look at this anymore. But something like that, where you got Jintoro going 3-1, would be actually kind of nutty. I mean, it's at 172 mil. Yeah, it normally gets replied to or fixed. Yeah, if you put it into HH website, the official, on the Hellhades Discord. Like, there's ways you can optimize this further. I could get more refresh, right? I could get more, I could get Cycle of Magic, right, from the support tree. So there's more opportunities to roll the reset. Would 38 resist be worth losing 12,000 HP? No. Probably not. I would say no. So, yeah, significantly less, actually. Significantly less. If we consider that the record is 97 million. Right, this is the record. 97 million. I can zoom it in just to make sure it's clear. 97 million. And we're actually doing 76 million. Comparatively, Elva did 1 million more. Emic did about 1 million more. Pingkeeper did the same. A little bit less. Seeker did the same. So it's the Jintoro damage. So in terms of a reflex versus refresh, I would say it's comparable in the sense that it's close enough that it could compete if you optimized into it completely. So we had refresh, 3 counts of Cycle of Magic. If you can get 1 or 2 extra A5s, then this quickly becomes catchable, right? So even though it's about 20 million difference, he was doing about 4 million A5s. So if you get 1 or 2 more of those, you get a lot closer. You could get better refresh gear as well, reflex gear, than what I had. But it was a similar build, so if you got better Fury gear, then the Fury gear would catch up, you know? So it's like whatever you added to Fury is going to be the same as reflex. If you make reflex hit harder and then you match the build with Fury, then Fury's going to win. So, but it's a good test here. The short answer is Fury's better. Can Elvis be substituted? As Tommy said, there is teams with Ares in Elva's spot with Cardiel as an option, but you lose the debuffs, right? Basically, if you substitute Elva, you lose the ability to have a debuff DPS. So let's collect that. There you go, guys. I probably will be rebuilding my clan boss teams tomorrow, maybe the day after, because I want to unlock Emic to try him out in arena a bit. And obviously, I've got to rebuild all my Hydra teams. That's on my list as well. So, you know, we got to do that. But I am going to go and head off now for the night because I got a bit of coding to do still. Ahead of hopefully a release tomorrow on the optimizer. I'm going to try and find a better team for the RICHTOFF team when I have some spare time to clear my brain out. But anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Hope you learned something. We had a bit of a rant stream. I will be going for the fusion. I'm probably going to do a video tomorrow talking about the fusion, specifically around like comparisons with Vizix and and Versolf, because there's been a lot of like, it's the same as Versolf, the same as Visix, and just kind of cutting through a bit of that noise, but we'll see what happens, you know. But anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I'll probably see you on Monday for another live stream. Have a nice weekend. Ciao.